Happy Saturday, New Orleans Saints Nation, and happy draft day number 2 to our Bayou Blitz family and all of Houdat Nation. We'd like to welcome you to the second step of our marathon draft coverage. I am Bob Rose. I'm one of your co-hosts tonight for the 2023 Bayou Blitz NFL draft coverage. Joining me is my equally weary friend, Brendan Boylan. Brendan, you as tired as I am?
I mean, you said it was Saturday, so maybe not.
Oh my God, I did, yeah.
So maybe not. I don't know if I have any room to talk. Hey, I mean, it's Friday. I think the hardest day is always the first one. When we do these things, I think day 2 is a little bit more rapid fire. And then day 3 is a little all over the place, but yeah, we'll see as this thing turns out. And there's a lot of good storylines going here into day 2 as well. Mm-hmm. The biggest one is Will Levis and where he's going to land. I know that doesn't really affect the New Orleans Saints. I don't think that's going to be in play for New Orleans whatsoever. But I do want to address one thing. I didn't watch any of the draft coverage last night. Obviously, we were doing this. I was keeping up between Twitter and really Twitter, and then just draft casts of different other network providers. So the only little bit that I saw was this morning, and then when I got back from the full-time job this afternoon. And you and I made it a point to talk about last night, Bob, that who are we to criticize 20 to 22-year-olds?
Yeah.
Right. First off, this is the biggest night of their lives, or biggest night out of these 3 of their lives. Life-changing money, dreams coming true, like all these great and wonderful things. And I come home today and the draft coverage is on as I'm preparing dinner, and there's just this run of jokes. And I don't remember which analyst it was off the top of my head, but there's this run of jokes of, okay, it was like recapping. Bryce Young goes number 1, and then CJ Stroud goes number 2, and they kept making jokes that Levis was slipping in the draft. So much so to where I started to get annoyed. I said, this guy is not coming back to the green room today. That was reported. He's not going to be there. He said earlier at his Kentucky Pro Day that he would show up if invited, if he felt like he was going to be a top pick. And that's not just confidence in yourself. Obviously, that's your agent telling you things, the team's telling you things. There's a lot of things that go into this decision. He's became a meme overnight to the point where I feel bad for the kid.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to a point where it's like, wow, we are really finding amusement in this kid who, I mean, we talked about it last night. The betting odds was he was going to be the number 2 quarterback off the board to, maybe he's a little embarrassed that, hey, I wasn't a first-round pick. I'm going to be a second-round pick. I'm going to watch from the comfort of my home. And God, how many times did they pan to him? Over the course of last night. Again, I wasn't watching the broadcast, and It was one of those like, yeah, I get it. I mean, they did it to Rodgers, they did it to Lamar, but I don't remember Lamar or Rodgers getting the type of negative energy thrown their way like Levis has. And I said, what's the purpose of all this? I mean, at the end of the day, this guy's going to be a second-round pick. I fully believe he's going to get selected in the second round.
Oh, yeah.
There are tier quarter in the first 10 picks of the second round. He's going to hear his name called early. He's going to have his life changed forever today. That's a thing to celebrate. So that's my little rant in the show. We should be celebrating these guys, and celebrating for them, with them, regardless of how the board falls. And that's where I am with Will Levis. And I hope he has a great, happy moment with his family today.
Yeah, he certainly deserves it. All of them do. People want to talk about the first rounders, especially the high picks. But, every single young man that gets picked in this draft, whether it's round 1 with the first overall pick, whether it's round 7 and you're the final pick of the draft, you're one of a select small percentage of human beings that have been drafted to a professional sports team. I mean, forget football, all sports. That makes you in the in a very small percentage of human beings walking the face of the planet. It is something to celebrate. And look, the fan in me too, gets upset from time to time. When my team doesn't pick a player that I like or doesn't pick a position that I like, I get that frustration. But that's no reason to go on a personal attack of Brian Maurice, like we saw a number of our own fan base do overnight, or make fun of a guy who has to sit through the embarrassment of waiting to hear other names called when he's been told, and his agent has been told by several NFL teams, oh yeah, we believe you're a top 5 talent, we believe you're a top 10 talent, if you're there at such and such a number, we're going to take you. That's cloak and dagger and smokescreen kind of stuff from the business aspect of the NFL, but from a personal level, it is very humbling. It is very embarrassing, and from that aspect, and I say this sort of tongue in cheek, and unless Will Levis goes to a team that I don't like or that plays the New Orleans Saints, I do root for him and players that have to go through that, especially a long and productive career. I don't blame him for not coming back to the draft tonight. But like you, I hope he does get his moment early tonight, and I hope he turns this negative into a positive, and twists it, puts the negativity behind him quickly, and moves on with the next chapter of his life. Because whether it's tonight, round 4, an undrafted signing, whatever the case may be, this is the next chapter of Will Levis's life, as well as every college football player that's getting their chance to live out what's a lifelong dream. That's the reality of it.
I'm glad you threw undrafted free agents in there, because they're going to have their moments too, where they realize for the first time, whether it's signing the contract, being at the facility, seeing their jersey for the first time. That's a magical moment too.
Mm-hmm.
How many undrafted free agents have had incredible careers, maybe not Hall of Fame careers, but certainly incredible careers. Pittsburgh Steelers are going to open us up this evening. And one name that jumps out to me, Bob, is a name that we talked about when the Steelers were picking in the first round. Remember, they were drafting 17th. They ended up trading up to grab Broderick Jones in the first round. But a familiar name to Steelers fans is Joey Porter. Joey Porter Jr. still available. Defensive back is a need for the Steelers. And how fun would it be to start round 2 and start out day number 2 by seeing Joey Porter Jr. follow in the footsteps of his father and be selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, you want to talk about a dream. I mean, Joey Porter Jr. could get an opportunity to play for the franchise where his dad starred for, with his NFL career, to stay in the city that he himself, played high school in, and to stay in the state because he was a star. Joey Porter Jr. was a star for the Penn State Nittany Lions. So I mean, that checks off. You would think anyway that would check off every single box of a young man's dream growing up. And Joey Porter does fit a need for the Pittsburgh Steelers at the cornerback position. Another direction I think the Steelers could go. They're getting a little bit long in the tooth in their front seven. They signed some off-ball linebacker help in free agency this offseason, so I don't think they go there. But the Steelers are famous. Going back to Joey Porter Sr. and well before, the Steelers are famous, for grabbing, tweener type players and turning them into superstar pass rushers. So, LSU fans, if you're waiting for your guy, BJ Ojulari, to be called, listen, he's not going to be a fit for the New Orleans Saints. Schematically, he would be. His skill level is a good fit for a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the Steelers could go pick something like that there. The Steelers, who play a hybrid 3-4, often employ 4 linebackers on the field at the same time. They need they always need a big-bodied nose tackle or defensive tackle. So maybe a guy like Siake Ika, gets drafted a little bit early than what a lot of projections have him going. So yeah, I see the Steelers going defense here, but it could be on any one of those three levels.
I want to kind of turn back to the quarterback position and talk about some of the potential homes for whether it's a Levis. Hendon Hooker's a guy that we both like. I look at a team like the Los Angeles Rams and the Tennessee Titans in the top 10 of the second round. The Rams, because let's face it, Matt Stafford's not getting any younger. Yes, he led him to a Super Bowl recently, but not getting any younger. They definitely had their problems at quarterback when he went down with injury.
Yeah, concussion issues too.
Right. I look at a team like the Titans, who were rumored to be looking to trade up to number 3. I would assume that was to target CJ Stroud. And when that Stroud was taken second, they kind of pulled out of any trade negotiation there. So I look at those two teams. Is there any other teams, Bob, that you see that have early second round picks that could be targeting a quarterback?
Las Vegas Raiders are the first team that come to mind. And we talked about the Raiders, potentially pursuing a quarterback a little bit yesterday. Their last quarterback, Derek Carr, who now, of course, is with the New Orleans Saints. He was drafted with a second round pick, by Coach, at the time, Coach Dennis Allen. I believe that both Hendon Hooker and Will Levis have, potentially high ceiling, starting quarterback potential. Another team that we mentioned a little bit last night, the Minnesota Vikings. Yes, they have Kirk Cousins, but there's an out in Kirk Cousins' contract at the end of the year where the Vikings can kind of slip out of that deal, without major financial penalty. So, Minnesota hasn't had a great deal of playoff success under Cousins. They added a young receiver, Jordan Addison, last night to go with their superstar, Justin Jefferson. And they also traded for tight end TJ Hawkinson last year. That's a lot of youth at the skill positions. So maybe they're looking for a long-term reset at the quarterback spot too. Both Hooker and Levis would be good fits there. They'd be able to sit behind Kirk Cousins for a year or so, to learn the Viking system, to learn the speed of the NFL game. So I absolutely think the Minnesota Vikings and the Raiders need to be put on that quarterback needy team list. With the Titans and potentially the LA Rams. And when we had Jim Everett on at the dawn of free agency, Jim suggested to us that the Rams could look into a quarterback, perhaps with their first pick, which is in the second round.
Lot to unfold. Bob, we talked a little bit about surprises at the end of the show with Alan yesterday, and maybe some surprises of players that were picked, whether it was a little bit of a quote-unquote reach or what have you. I think a lot of us said Gibbs to the Detroit Lions. Is there any player, obviously outside of Will Levis, that fell out of the first round that surprises you?
I can't say surprised because there were a lot of guys that I expected to go into in the first round at the latter portion, anywhere from pick 20 to the back half, that are still available, that didn't get their names called, that are still available. Guys like Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame. Hold on, let me grab my list here. Cam Smith, the cornerback from South Carolina. A lot of people projected to go late first round. We already talked about Joey Porter Jr. Hooker, Levis are two guys. DeJuan Jones, the offensive right tackle from Ohio State. Steve Avila and Osiris Torrance, two interior players from TCU and Florida, respectively. They were talked about as potential first-round talents. So I can't say I'm shocked that none of them, outside of the two quarterbacks, didn't go in the first round. Because like we mentioned last night, and Alan, seconded this, once you get to past your first 15, 20, 22, consensus first rounders, throw all the other names in a blender because it's all about scheme fit, and value for certain teams at that point. And that's why there's always a lot of first round talent that slips into the second round and maybe even the early portions of the third.
This from a GM just now, according to Peter Schrager. Quote, everyone wants to move. Nobody wants to make a deal, end quote. Night 2 begins now. So what does that tell you, Bob? That there's a lot of teams that are potentially looking to jump around. You and I said before we even got on air, the Saints had 8 picks going into this year's draft. They've used one, so they have 7 left. You and I would be shocked to see the Saints have all 7, or use all 7 rather, over the course of tonight and what is a long day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and I've said it before that I didn't necessarily I wasn't necessarily in love with the top of this draft, but there were 3 or 4 positions in particular that I love the depth of, and if other NFL teams feel that way, then they know that they could get quality value not only in round 2, but even at the back half of day 2 and the early portion of day 3. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of moving around, especially so from our New Orleans Saints. Mickey Loomis has been general manager since 2002, and the Saints have never, and I stress the word never, used all of the draft picks at their allotment. They'll always make moves. You and I spoke before we went on air about we personally hoping that the Saints move some of those day 3 picks that they have this year and maybe pick up an extra pick tonight. Going into tonight, they hold 1 pick in the second round, 40th selection overall, and 1 pick in the third, at number 71. Everybody likes to talk about how the Saints like to move up in the first round. It's not just the first round, ladies and gentlemen. They like to move up in every single round. They carry that same strategy and same mindset into every round of the draft. Who's left on our draft board? Do we think he's going to be there at pick so and so? No, let's go get him now. Before someone jumps us or takes him ahead of us. I love that aggressive mindset. And it's built, even though they have some holes to fill this year, that they're doing a pretty darn good job of doing. It's that aggressive mindset that helped them to such a successful reign during Sean Payton's tenure.
No, absolutely. And I think the other thing that goes with that, I kind of read off some of the names that the Saints have traded up for over the years. Last night, obviously, Alvin Kamara, not a first-round pick, but the Saints traded up to get him. That's a prime example there. I look back towards, and you talked about using your day 3 picks to move to the back end of day 2. Remember, just a few years ago, the Saints traded all they had left in day 3 to sneak into the bottom of the 3rd round to draft Adam Troutman out of Dayton. I could certainly see a scenario like that if someone falls enough where the Saints are willing to package up the pair of the 5th, pair of the 4th, pair of the 5th.
1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 7th.
2 in the 7th. So I could definitely see them going, well, we have a pair in the 5th, we have a pair in the 7th. What if we just did 1 4th, 1 5th, 1 7th? What if we did 1 4, 1 5, both 7? I mean, they're going to get creative if they want to move back up. And I personally think the Saints are going to find someone, whether it's in round 2 or round 3, that they're targeting, that they want to move up for. I would like to see them keep both a 2nd and a 3rd round pick. I don't want to have to sacrifice 3 to move up and get another guy in round 2 by any means, but I do see the Saints wheeling and dealing as they look to fill some needs today. So, Bob, with that, what is, in your mind, the biggest need for the New Orleans Saints today?
Biggest need, I know it's an unpopular opinion. The biggest need, in my opinion, is an interior offensive lineman. And I say that keeping in mind the value that I still see on the board. I love Steve Avila from the guard from TCU. I equally love Osiris Torrance from Florida. Both of those guys I look forward to go in the 1st round. The fact that they're still there, and if they're still there at pick 40, yeah, I would love to get a defensive end out of this draft. I think they need to get a running back. I want to see them get a big body pass catcher, whether it's tight end, wide receiver, or both. But if Avila or Torrance are still on the board for me at 40, I'm running that pick up to the commissioner.
I think for me, obviously, Keon White has been the guy I've talked about and said I think the Saints should target at 40 for a couple weeks now. I would love for the Saints to make me look good for back-to-back years. I'm not counting on it, though. I think the underrated one to watch today, too, is wideout. Just depending on how the board falls, not only these first few picks for the first pick in the second round, but how the board falls going into the third round as well. I think there's a lot of talent there. I know Spears is a guy, the running back out of Tulane, that a lot of people would like to see. Just for the betting odds people again. Eno Benjamin is still on the roster. I got that in the first hour, Bob. And I still think that even with an Alvin Kamara suspension, I think with how they were using Kirk Merritt towards the end of last year, as a guy that could be like a DJ Moore or a Debo Samuel that can be a receiver that also plays in the backfield. I think there's enough there between Williams, Eno Benjamin, and Merritt to certainly make it.
Not to interrupt you, but the Pittsburgh Steelers, with the first pick of the second round, have picked cornerback Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State.
Man, that's awesome. I love that. That is a fantastic way to start the night. I think that is awesome. There's not a whole lot of times, especially in the NFL. I mean, we can name some of them in other sports where father and son have played for the same franchise. Obviously, the Griffeys come to mind with baseball. Obviously, King Griffey Sr. And Jr. got to play together, but they also played for the same franchises in Seattle and Cincinnati.
Yep. We were rooting for it very hard to happen with the New Orleans Saints with J.C. Horn, 2 years ago. It's such a great storyline.
It's a rarity to see. So I think that's incredible. And to all the points you made earlier, Bob, he grew up in Pittsburgh because his dad was in the middle of his playing career while he was growing up. He got to go to high school there. He stayed local, went to Penn State. And now he gets to go and put on the same uniform that his father wore. That's a pretty cool thing. And how about the Steelers over the last 2 years now? They've taken a kid from Penn State and a kid from Pitt. So they're keeping it local as well. But I think that's an awesome way to start the night. You talk about a great storyline right out the gate. NFL Draft has delivered right from the jump. They got you hooked in the book, right? You open the first page, you read that first chapter, you're hooked. But I think for New Orleans, going back to what we were talking about, I think receivers definitely underrated today. I could definitely see it happen. Obviously, I have my own selfish wants at 40, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go at 40 and they look at one of those Tennessee wideouts at 40, specifically a guy like maybe Jalen Hyatt. I don't think he'll be there when they pick at 70. I certainly don't think he'll be there when they pick at 71, but Cedric Tillman is another guy if you like, one over the other. But receiver is a deep class as well. You can get some good value in round 3 at wideouts. So I don't know. I think that's the underrated aspects of it. I don't think the Saints go running back today. I think if anything, they take a running back tomorrow.
I'll address receiver first. In my first mock draft, I had the Saints going Cedric Tillman, the Tennessee wideout, in the second round. And remember, Tillman played for Cody Burns at Tennessee, who's now the Saints wide receiver coach, and had a fantastic year in 2021 before dealing with I believe it was a hamstring injury last year. In my second mock draft, I picked a guy who I equally love. In the third round, I went A.T. Perry, the big athletic wideout from Wake Forest. And Perry, I think, could easily go in the second round today. I mean, he is that good too, and he's used to a high volume of targets. I agree with you about running back. I can't see the Saints picking one, certainly not in the second round. But if they do, I certainly see the logic behind it. You're facing an Alvin Kamara suspension. There are still a lot of good backs on the board, and say those backs start coming off the board now or soon with the Arizona Cardinals picking next at 33. Again, just like we saw in the first round last night. If you have a couple of guys at a position that you like, and those guys start flying off the board, starting kind of a trend, then you almost don't have a choice but to pull the trigger, just so that way you get the best of what's left on your draft board.
I want to address, as you've seen some of the comments fly up on the screen, hello to all of our loyal viewers and friends. Good to see everybody. Anna asks a good question. Why wasn't Breesy in Kansas City last night? That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that one.
He elected. I don't know the details, but he was with his family. When they showed him on camera when the announcement was made, and it's not it's not unusual for a prospect to elect not to go to the draft. And especially, I understand it, especially if you believe that you're a fringe first round pick. You see what guys like Will Levis, Aaron Rodgers, Warren Sapp reaching back more than a few years. You see what those guys go through, and maybe you make the decision. You don't want to potentially sit through that. I know if it's the biggest night of my life, such as that, I want to be surrounded with as many of my closest friends and family as possible. If that means that I have to stay at home and jam pack them into my living room or go over to mom and dad's house, then so be it. So I don't know the details of why Brian wasn't at the draft, but that's just me hazarding a guess here.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded their first selection of the second round to the Tennessee Titans. And I'm hearing the Tennessee Titans will be taking Will Levis, the quarterback out of Kentucky. So his long-awaited process is finally over. Levis to the Tennessee Titans, who now all of a sudden have like a very interesting quarterback room, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Tannehill, Joshua Dobbs, a name we haven't heard in a while, Malik Willis from last year's draft, and now Will Levis. Who's the odd man out? I think we both know who it is. And we can talk about this, especially as we go on tonight. But when you're talking about teams who are targeting quarterbacks, because Levis was selected tonight, are there a few teams that are willing to part with maybe a fifth-round pick if the Titans are willing to part with Malik Willis? That's going to be an interesting topic of discussion, especially if Hendon Hooker comes off the board quick and somebody's still looking for the potential of having at least another young quarterback in the room that could potentially be groomed. Obviously, Willis has kind of fallen out of favor of the Tennessee Titans rather quickly too.
Yeah, he has. But that's exactly why I agree with you, and I believe that he's going to be the odd man out in Tennessee. Tannehill is still under contract, and although there were rumors that Tennessee was willing to deal him, those attempts, if they took place, were obviously unsuccessful. When Tannehill was hurt in the back half of last year, rather than start and stick with Willis, they went to Joshua Tree. So I think that that's very telling. You know that I always like to say that actions show me a lot more than words. So hearing that the Titans were falling out of favor with Malik Willis, that was one thing. Seeing what we saw last year, is completely different. So yeah, because of that, I expect Malik Willis to be traded, if not tonight, then sometime during our coverage tomorrow. And it's not going to be for very much. It's going to be probably for a conditional day 3 pick, or maybe a couple picks, something along those lines. But I do think he gets moved because remember, less than a year ago, Malik Willis was being talked about as a potential first-round pick and possibly even the first quarterback off of the board. So there's got to be another team out there willing to give Willis, based off of the skill set that they scouted him on coming out of the draft, thinking, you know what, Malik can fit our system. And that's the funny thing about coaches, and I've fallen into this trap too. Coaches think that they can fix flaws in everybody. There's no exception to that. So if you think the guy can play, and or you like his fit in your system, you're going to make that move. So yeah, I 100% believe that Malik Willis is going to be on the move, and congratulations to Will Levis too. I know,
Yes,
Will, I know you and your family are watching our show rather than the NFL draft right now.
of course.
So congratulations.
I think the one thing when it comes to, let's address, let me just get it out of the way. Everybody has asked us over the last few weeks, should the Saints go quarterback? Should the Saints go quarterback? Should the Saints draft a quarterback? Should the Saints draft a quarterback? And we've said repeatedly what, Bob? No. I was hoping we'd get that in unison, but ready? They've said what, Bob?
No.
No. There we go. All right. And so that's what we've said. And the reasoning behind that has been like, well, they've locked up Derek Carr. Jameis is there, barring some injury and whatnot. But here's a prime example of a quarterback I'd be okay with New Orleans going and getting. And this says a lot because Liberty and my alma mater, Gardner-Webb, are arch nemesis for life, right? Two small Baptist schools that aren't that far from each other. We don't like each other. So for me to go out and say, I'm okay with a Liberty Flame, that's saying a lot. All right. So just bear with me, guys. But this is a perfect example. If the Saints want to go and grab a guy who is a developmental project, right? I think Willis is still 23 years old. You talked about all of the hype coming out of the draft last year, and he slipped on those boards and he fell. If New Orleans sits there and goes, we have a pair of fifths, let's trade a fifth-round pick to get a young quarterback into the quarterback room because we know Jameis isn't going to be here next year, more than likely. That's a situation where I'd be okay if New Orleans did it. Now, are the Saints going to do that? Probably not. But you want a prime example of something that I think makes more sense than drafting Hendon Hooker in round 2? That's a prime example.
On paper, yeah. Plus, Willis is limited, and as rocky as it has been, he brings NFL experience to your quarterback room. Whereas a guy like Hendon Hooker, or any of the other quarterbacks left on the board, Clayton Tune, Stetson Bennett, Max Dugan, etc. None of them have NFL experience.
Right.
Now to me, I don't make the move because, and I didn't like Malik Willis as a player. Watching his film last year coming out of college. So, I prefer Hendon Hooker, the player, over Malik Willis, the player. But the strategy on paper looks good. While we were talking, the Detroit Lions made a pick. They drafted tight end Sam Laporta, from Iowa, who was someone that was kind of on my radar, for a potential, third or fourth round pick for the New Orleans Saints. It's interesting because the Lions traded their former first round pick TJ Hawkinson, a tight end from Iowa, to the Minnesota Vikings last year. So tight end was definitely a need for the Lions coming in. Iowa has turned out a handful of pretty darn good tight ends in the last couple of years, and I think they got another good one in Laporta.
I'm a little surprised to see him go this high.
Yeah.
But that does not mean it is not a good fit for the team. I think, and somebody was asking me about this earlier today, Bob, are the Lions building one of the more underrated rosters in the league? And I said, yes, absolutely. I think they are. I think Dan Campbell has a vision. I think Dan Campbell is a guy that wants certain guys on his roster. This is not a team. And, Allen said this last night. I can't remember if it was about the Lions or a separate team, but it's not, I think he was talking about the Saints and Dennis Allen, but Detroit's not going to be a team that beats you like 42-10, but Detroit's going to be a team that consistently beats people like 24-21.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the type of roster they're building up there. I think Jared Goff is one of the most disrespected quarterbacks in football. I really do. I think that he gets a lot of crap for no reason. They drafted another playmaker at running back, and I said, whether they keep Swift or whether Gibbs is their guy going forward, if they keep Swift, they can do a lot of interesting things with those two guys. St. Brown's a terrific young receiver. We didn't get to see a whole lot of Jameson Williams last year because of injury. We're not going to see him a whole lot this year because of gambling.
Right.
But nonetheless, I mean, they have offensive weapons there. And then defensively, all over the place, they have a ton of dudes that are going to hit you hard, hit you in the mouth. And remember, they grabbed an old friend of the New Orleans Saints in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And you talk about like the grittiness of Gardner-Johnson with the grittiness of Dan Campbell. I mean, whoo, they are definitely building something fun up there. And Laporta's another guy where not a super speedy tight end, not a flashy tight end, but he attacks the ball at the highest point. He's got safe hands. He's going to be a good tight end for years to come. I think the comparison that I saw that I liked the most was like a Jason Witten, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't really wow you with any athleticism, but it's just a clear and consistent guy for you. I mean, to me, that fits Dan Campbell's mold perfectly.
Yeah, it really does. And, like I said, I like Laporta as a prospect, as a pass catcher coming out. He has upside as a blocker. He's willing. By the way, speaking of tight end, I think we're getting our run on tight ends right now. The Raiders just traded up. And with pick number 35 overall, they picked tight end Michael Mayer from Notre Dame.
How about that? Well, I think to me that was going to be the first tight end off the board, but that's a perfect spot, I think, for him too.
Yeah, I don't know who the heck is going to throw him the football.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Well, and here's a situation too with when it comes to Vegas, is we talked about them as a potential quarterback needy team. Maybe they're not in love with Hendon Hooker. Maybe they like a quarterback later on. I mean, I said it yesterday, and I think we disagreed a little bit on this one. Maybe we don't. We agree and disagree on a lot of things, but I felt there was a big drop in quarterback. Not that it's not a deep quarterback class, but that once you got past Hendon Hooker, it was a pretty big drop in talent. And with that said, there's a couple guys in this draft that I think could potentially be fringe starters in the league. The kid out of UCLA, Thompson Robinson, I think could be a fringe guy. He's a work in progress, right? Like after Hendon Hooker, there's not a guy's just, I'd be comfortable starting day one. The kid out of Purdue, O'Connell, the kid out of Stanford, Max Dugan's interesting.
Stetson Bennett, Clayton Tune from Houston.
Bennett's one of those guys too. You want another guy? I said Jared Goff is like criminally, if I can speak today, beat up for no reason. So is Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I understand he's not a day one guy, but this is a guy that I look at and I see like a potential like Chase Daniel-esque, a guy that's going to be a lifelong backup that when you need him to step in and potentially win you a game, he can. That's what I see out of Bennett. I don't understand why people are like, well, he's always had great teams around him at Georgia. He's 25, and then it's like, so what? Like, I'm not asking you for him to be your franchise. I'm asking you to realize that he's going to be a quality backup quarterback for your team. And guess what? Georgia, for the most part, that's their MO at quarterback. Take Matt Stafford out of the equation. Name me Georgia quarterbacks. David Green was like a 3 or 4 year backup in the league. DJ Shockley, up until the ACL tear, was a decent backup quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. Then you get Matt Stafford in there. Then you have Aaron Murray, was a guy that a lot of people had potentially mocked to the Saints because of the similarities of him and Drew Brees in terms of height and lack of arm strength. He ended up being a good backup quarterback for a few years, and I think played in the XFL for a little bit as well. Or the USFL, one or the other.
The kid that came out a couple years ago, God, I can't remember his name, but he wore number 10. Buffalo drafted him late in day 3.
Talking Jake Fromm?
Yeah.
Jake from State Farm. Yeah.
Yeah, Jake from State Farm.
But that's what I'm saying. That's their MO, is they don't produce guys that are going to wow you. They produce guys that they came from a winning culture, they came from a winning program, and they can produce for you, and be valuable.
And who really Who thought Tom Brady was going to be an NFL starter, let alone what he was going to be?
Right.
Yeah, same with Brock Purdy, and we don't know what Purdy is going to be, but we know what he's done. And that's been pretty darn good in a short sample size. You could go. There were a lot of people that never believed that Dak Prescott would be anything more than a mid-level backup. People knocked Drew Brees, who was a second-round pick, mind you, but I'm old enough to remember people who knocked Drew Brees. Oh, yeah, he's too short. He is never going to be an NFL starter. That kind of thing. We could go on and on. Those are just a handful of examples off the top of my head. So, you don't know. Statistically, and I say this often, statistically, the later the round is, the less chance a player is going to make it on an NFL roster at all, let alone make it big. And those chances get exponentially smaller at the quarterback position, but it happens.
That's all I'm saying. I'll just never understand people that knock quarterbacks that aren't like top 3-round picks. Yes, statistically speaking, there's not a lot of people that have been drafted in rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 at quarterback that have went on to be great NFL starters. But there's been a lot of quality NFL quarterbacks that have been drafted late.
Mm-hmm. We can welcome the Los Angeles Rams to the 2023 NFL Draft. The Rams just picked guard Steve Avila from TCU.
Big offensive guard.
Yes.
He's what, 6'3", 6'4"?
He's a monster. He's listed, I think, at 330. But he has good feet for a big man. Very, very, very good technique. He played center. He played both guard spots. He even played right tackle for TCU early in his career. So he has a great football IQ. Well enough to make line calls. It's a good pick for the Rams. Especially you're looking to rebound from an absolutely abysmal season. You want to keep your quarterback Matt Stafford as untouched as possible. You want to get your running back Cam Akers back on track. This is a good pick. This is a good pick for the Rams.
Seattle on the clock. Very quickly, the pick is in for Seattle. They have an interesting quarterback situation as well, as Hendon Hooker is going to be a guy that a lot of people are going to be looking at over the next little bit. Obviously, they locked up Geno Smith, but it was only for about 2 years, right?
Yes.
So they could potentially be looking to bring somebody in, just challenging. And as I say that, they are going to be taking Auburn tight end Derek Hall. Derek Hall going to the Seattle Seahawks.
I'll tell you, Pete Carroll has been extremely aggressive on the defensive side. I like Derek Hall. When I profiled him, when I watched his film, he's a little bit undersized for what the Saints like in their defensive linemen, but very explosive and great bend off of the edge. A strong player against the run, for his size. Now he's a little bit on the shorter side, so I don't know how much upper body bulk he can add on. But again, Seattle loves those tweener defenders, and Pete Carroll is a master, at getting the most out of those kind of guys, moving them around, finding the right matchups. Derek Hall, he's coming off the board a little bit higher than what a lot of people projected, but this is a talented player.
The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock, as they've made a trade, and I am quickly trying to be as quick as I was quickly trying to be as quick as I was yesterday, getting you guys compensation updates. But they traded out as the Falcons are now, the Colts did rather, traded out as the Falcons are now on the clock. Here's, the Desmond Ridder. They've said all the right things. Could it be a quarterback? I don't think it is. Where do you think Atlanta is targeting right now?
I think it could be Hooker. But if it's not, who the Falcons? They grabbed Bijan Robinson, last night.
What about Brian Branch?
Brian Branch would be a very good player for them. Hometown kid, fairly close by anyway. Uh, Top safety on the board. A lot of people felt like. Atlanta has been very aggressive on the defensive end, but they don't have a lot at the safety position. So I think Branch makes a lot of sense for this team. If not Branch, you could see, Rashad Torrance from Florida, Jamie Robertson from Florida State. Great in the box defender Robertson is. If you're going to go safety with the Falcons, maybe you see Trenton Simpson, terrific off-ball linebacker from Clemson, or a pass rushing linebacker like Drew Sanders from Arkansas.
Trade compensation, the Colts get picks 38, 44, and 110.
It's a good deal for them.
Yeah, they get a lot back. There's another local kid. Falcons need some defensive line help. I hope it's not the local kid that I want in Keon White, but we'll see. I think that's an area of need for them as well. I think the Falcons have a lot of needs. I think they've done a really good job this offseason, but I think they have a lot of needs. Like I said last night, I think that they are a year or two away from competing for the NFC South.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, both the Falcons and the Panthers are exponentially improved over the product that we saw last year. But both teams played better than what we each thought they would last year too. By a year or two away from contention, I could see a year or two away from NFC contention. This NFC South could be very much up for grabs, though. Everybody but Tampa Bay, basically.
Matthew Bergeron, tackle out of Syracuse.
He's a good player. I didn't expect Bergeron to come off the board till probably the third round, maybe even early fourth. But he was a big part of a resurgent Orangeman program this year. Physical guy, which again fits. We talked a lot about the Falcons last night. They kind of remade their offense over what we're used to seeing. We were used to seeing with Matt Ryan and all those receivers. They went with a physical approach last year. Bergeron's a big guy that could get onto the second level of the defense quickly. Better run blocker than pass blocker. If he's going to stay outside at tackle, he struggles a little bit with his feet. Speed rushers, athletic guys are going to give him some problems. But he has a nice upside, and he has the frame to successfully move inside to guard too, which the Falcons have done, with a few high draft picks at tackle over the years.
Yeah, they have another NFC South team on the board. It's the Carolina Panthers. I think the one that makes the most sense for Carolina here is wide receiver. There's plenty on the board. Bob, who do you like the most to fit with Bryce Young, who the Panthers selected number one overall last night?
I like Jalen Hyatt here. He's the highest. He's not my favorite receiver left on the board, but as I say many times, I'm not the one making the pick. Hyatt's a burner. He's going to take the top off the defense. But he has the height and frame to run routes over the middle too, if you scheme him that way. Rashee Rice and Josh Downs are two other guys that are able to take the top off the defense. That were considered late first, early second round picks. But I 100% agree with you. I think the Panthers have got to go wide receiver here. Especially since they traded their best wideout, DJ Moore, to get them in position to draft Bryce Young in the first place.
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with you, and I think replacing him with a speedster would make a lot of sense. Remember, Moore did a lot for that offense, especially when Christian McCaffrey was traded. You saw Moore play a little bit of running back, play a little bit of receiver.
Plus, they did bring in Adam Thielen, and that's going to be your possession guy. All the more reason to grab a guy that's going to loosen things up for Thielen and those other guys underneath. With a guy, I like Jalen Hyatt here.
Makes a lot of sense. While we wait for the Carolina pick, the New Orleans Saints picking right after, Bob, how the board has fell, I think there's still a lot of options. for New Orleans to go and bolster up the defensive line a little bit more. The Saints could go receiver, they could go tight end, they could go interior offensive line. Torrance out of Florida sitting there is a guy that I know you like. If you're the New Orleans Saints in this situation, obviously you're still waiting to see what Carolina does with the pick ahead of them. Where would you like to see New Orleans go? I know you teased it a little bit talking about interior offensive line. Is there another position you may be looking at?
I'd like wide receiver here. As Cedric Showman or A.T. Perry is still on the board. Allen's one of Allen's favorite guys in the draft. Darnell Washington is still there. Big physical tight end who can make plays as a receiver down the seam too. So has a lot of upside. In that area. There are 4 or 5 running backs that I absolutely love in this draft. I wouldn't touch them yet because these other positions are starting to thin down a little bit. If I'm the Saints and I want a tight end out of this draft, seeing Laporta and Mayer come off of the board already, I go Darnell Washington. But again, receiver makes a lot of sense. But I go back to what I said last night and what I've written about a couple of times. The Saints have drafted an offensive lineman in the 1st or 2nd round in 5 of the last 8 years. I think it's offensive line, given the fact, Andrews Pete's going to be a free agent, and you already know he's going to miss at least 6 games this year, if not more. Cesar Ruiz is going to be a free agent if the team doesn't pick up his 5th-year option, and they only have until Monday or Tuesday to do so. So you have some questions along that interior. A guy like Osiris Torrance, he's a long-term answer, to those issues, and you can address. You have Juwan Johnson at tight end. You have Adam Troutman, who can be a serviceable blocker, and receiver, running back, and even defensive end. Is deep enough that you can still pick up quality with your next pick. I go offensive line here. I keep it boring.
Yeah, that's okay. Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss is going to the Carolina Panthers. Mingo is 6'2", 220 pounds. What do you like about Jonathan Mingo? It's not a guy that you named when you're talking about some receivers that could fit in Carolina.
No, it isn't. But I did watch a lot of Mingo's film. I did an article on him. He's a big guy. A physical, chiseled specimen. Looks a lot like DK Metcalf. He isn't as polished as what DK Metcalf was coming out. Wasn't nearly as productive as you'd like a guy with his skill set to be. Dealt with some nagging injuries too, but he has a lot of upside. There isn't a defensive back in the NFL that's going to be able to push him around. He has the speed to beat you deep. What you'd like to see out of him is better route precision. Which you could say that just about any receiver that comes out of a Lane Kiffin program, because they run a very spread, simplified offense for their receivers. It's all matchup based, where receivers only have 2 or 3 option routes to choose from. So Mingo is going to have to expand his route tree quite a bit, but he has got the physicality and the athleticism to be a success in the NFL.
New Orleans Saints on the clock. We talked about a couple different things. There's a lot of guys here that the New Orleans Saints could look towards. Bob made it clear that Osiris Torrance is the guy that he wants. I've made it clear for weeks. Keon White is the guy that I want out of Georgia Tech. He also fits the mold for New Orleans Saints defensive ends in terms of size, around 6'5", 285.
There's another guy I love at defensive end too, and I had him in the 1st round of my mock for the Saints, was Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame. Listen, any one of those guys, of all the players we named, Keon White is probably the closest you can call to a developmental guy. He's a little bit raw. But other than that, like you said, he checks off all the boxes of what the New Orleans Saints are looking for, as an athletic prototype to the defensive end spot. Explosive, good natural bend around the edge. As far as a player around for tutelage, you can't ask for anybody better than Cam Jordan. While Cam is in the building, if you're going to bring in a raw guy, now's the time to do it.
Well, and they do go defensive end, Bob. but not the defensive end I wanted. It's the defensive end you wanted. The Saints are selecting defensive end Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame. So Bob and I split the first round. I'll take it. I'll take it. I wanted to be super right, but I can share. I can be okay. What do you like about Isaiah Foskey? You did a piece on him today, right?
No, I did a piece on him early on in the process, and like I said, he was with my first mock done at the end of March. He was my first round pick for the Saints. I hate to make player to player comparisons, but it's natural when you watch as much football as we do. We talk about Cam Jordan a lot, and rightfully so, while covering the New Orleans Saints. And Foskey, watching the way Foskey plays, just reminds me of watching Cam Jordan play a football game. Foskey takes his run defense very, very seriously. He comes in about I think about 6'5", 265 or so, which was approximately what Cam weighed when he came out of Cal back in 2011. Foskey, just like Cam, he's extremely athletic along the edge. He was a first-team All-American. Has some nice sack numbers. You'd like to see him expand on his pass rush moves, especially his counter moves. Not unusual for a young player. Is that Roman Harper making the pick for our Saints?
You have the draft on, my friend, not me.
Yeah, it's Roman Harper about to make the pick official.
Also, RAS score.
Yes, definitely a high RAS score. If Foskey comes from, has a lot of experience coming in. Another thing that the Saints love. Saints rarely pick a player high that's only had 1 year of collegiate experience. So Foskey checks off all those boxes. He's going to be an immediate contributor in the rotation. And a potential. Have a definite impact on running downs and be a potential force as a pass rusher. He has a nonstop motor. He has the athleticism for sideline to sideline pursuit. Like I said, I love this pick. This was one of my first picks for the Saints coming out of the gate. You, me, and Alan, almost consensus, and I believe Kyle Mosley too. We talked about the Saints addressing defensive line with both of their first two picks, and that's exactly what they've done. Dennis Allen did not like what he saw from his defensive line last year, in general. And he's gone to great lengths to rectify that. I mean, he brought in two big athletic defensive tackles in free agency. He brought in, the second or third, depending on your ratings, the second or third graded defensive tackle on the board in the first round, and brought in an All-American defensive end who can play both the run and the pass equally well.
Look, I've been saying it for months. That, to me, those were the biggest positions of need: defensive tackle, defensive end. And when they addressed defensive tackle in free agency, I was excited, like a lot of people were. Great rotational pieces. But you lost a great rotational piece in Shai Tuttle, and you lost a starter in Onyemata. So I didn't see those being enough to solidify what was a really bad run defense last year. So they go and they get arguably the best interior run stopper in the draft in Breesy. And then they go and they get a defensive end that fits all their boxes and checks everything, right? We just talked about what the Saints look for in a defensive end. They got to be about 6'5", 6'6". They got to show explosion off the edge. They have to have a really high RAS score. Every draft pick does. And yeah, I saw all those things on Keon White, but you're absolutely right. Keon White was going to be more of a project guy, a guy that you're going to have to mentor up a little bit, to where Foskey's going to be a guy that's going to be able to step in. Yeah, you're going to have those rookie mistakes. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with just the growing pains of all of it, but he's a little bit more polished. And look, Notre Dame is one of those schools where I always think as a whole they're extremely overrated every year.
Yes.
But Notre Dame has done a really good job throughout their history, and even as of late, producing solid NFL talent. Not superstar talent as of late, but good NFL talent. Anna wants to know, How do we know the picks before they announce it? Well,
We're magic, Anna. We know
I
the
was gonna
future.
say if we told you guys that, we'd be ruining the magic of it all. No, and John Hendricks says this every year, draft time and during the season. He lives in the future. It's just a heads up. You might need to mute him on Sundays. Um, I attribute a lot of it to the great people that we work with and
Mhm.
some of the great colleagues that we have within the Saints media industry. That's the only reason we know. Obviously,
Yeah,
we're
I
chatting
mean,
with you guys. I'm not Adam Scheffner. I'm not going like this every 2 seconds, but we have to contribute a lot to the guys you're not seeing on screen for sure.
well, yeah, no doubt. And as members of the media, even though it's considered local media because we cover one team specifically, we often do get breaking news before the general public does. At times, it's like 2.5 minutes before you get it, but we still get it. So that's part of the perks. Um, It's it's a nice perk. I'd use it as kind of a parlor trick. Early on when my wife Lauren and I first got together, or I'd be working at Jared when I was still splitting that and this as primary jobs. We'd have ESPN. Or the NFL Network up on our big screen TV, and I would talk about something that was happening or going to happen. And I remember my friend Rick, on 2 or 3 different occasions said, "Yeah, I've been watching this all day. I haven't seen it happen yet." And then 2 minutes later, it comes up on the screen. So yeah, it's part of the perks of doing this job.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And you're right, because it is a good party trick, for lack of a better term, when you're hanging out with people. You're like, hey, man, it's going to happen. And they're like, what are you talking about? And text you later. It happened. I do want to point this out, too. Another thing that fits Saints profiles are team captains. And
Yes.
Foskey was a team captain for Notre Dame. So, Bob, I know that was a guy that you really liked. Let's go ahead and grade the pick. Where do you have the grade for the Saints selecting Isaiah Foskey at 40th overall in the 2023 NFL Draft?
Yeah, and I'll preface this by saying the same thing I said about the Barisa pick last night. It's got to play out on the field, but on paper, I give it an A. The Saints addressed the need. The defensive end spot. You lost Davenport. Cam's going into his 13th season. LSU fans, BJ Ojulari has just been announced as pick number 41 to the Arizona Cardinals. But back to what I was saying about Foskey. You have Cam going into your 13th year. You lost Davenport. Peyton Turner has done absolutely nothing to this point in his career. This was a need. And for all the other reasons why we named, Foskey is equally effective against the run, has a great upside as a pass rusher, checks off all the boxes that New Orleans looks for in a player, athletically and football IQ wise, and just as important, and just like last night, they did not have to give up any picks to move up to get him. The board came to them. We don't know if they were attempting to do so or not, that kind of thing. We will find out, but not till after the draft, or at least during the day tomorrow. But yeah, it doesn't appear like they were ultra aggressive, because there have been 2 or 3 trades already tonight, and the fact that the Saints weren't among them, New Orleans picks the second defensive lineman off the board, third defensive player overall. And we're 10 picks in. It feels like the board is coming to New Orleans, and you have to love that.
Absolutely. For everything that you already said, when it comes to Foskey, I don't want to copy you, so I'll give it a B plus. Because giving it an A is an easy way out, and I gave yesterday's pick an A. Foskey's a guy that I like a lot. Obviously, fits the prototype. I think for a long time, Saints fans were hoping to find someone that could play opposite of Cam Jordan, right? It was almost like they were looking for Junior Gillette again, without all the off the field problems. in terms of just being production on the other side. Well, this pick can do that, but it also provides you with what you were alluding to, Bob. Cam, as much as he's going to go down as one of the greatest New Orleans Saints of all time, should find himself in the Hall of Fame. He's 34. He's getting older. This pick is a guy that could play alongside Cam and then eventually be the replacement for Cameron Jordan. I think it's a really good pick for the New Orleans Saints. The Green Bay Packers on the clock. I have the pick. And Jordan Love is going to finally get some help. Luke Musgrave going to the Green Bay Packers. And I guess officially official.
Musgrave's a good player. We talked about Dalton Kincaid last night, and how Kincaid was just a fabulous pass receiver, but needed a lot of inline block work. Or inline work as a blocker. I wrote the same thing about Luke Musgrave. In fact, when I watched these two players, and I did profiles on the Saints News Network on each of them, they reminded me a lot of each other. Luke, unlike Dalton Kincaid, who did deal with a back injury down the stretch last year, Luke Musgrave struggled with injuries a little bit throughout his collegiate career. But when he put it together, he was a very accomplished receiver, athletic enough to get downfield. Jordan Love has himself a playmaker in Luke Musgrave. I like this kid a lot.
Well, ironic, right? I mean, how many years have Packers fans been begging for a receiver, a pass-catching tight end, something? This finally happens when Aaron Rodgers is gone. Now, I know that was really the knock on them not having a first-round wideout for a long time, but they finally go and get a pass catcher early in the draft. Jordan Love's going to be a really interesting prospect. That's a whole different conversation for a different time. But I think there's a lot of people that expect him to come in and just play extremely well. And I don't know if it's going to be that easy. I think he has a lot of the tools and the intangibles, but I think anytime that you have to replace like an all-time great,
right there,
makes it it's even more pressure. And then if you want to follow the storylines and go, well, he sat for a couple years, replaced a future Hall of Famer. Green Bay's had success with that story once before. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this kid to be good right out the gate. I don't think he's going to be good right out the gate. I think he has the potential to be good. I don't think you're going to have this miraculous run by the Packers right out the gate. See, New York Jets select Joe Tippmann, the center of Wisconsin. I will ask you this, Bob. Saints have a while till they pick again, like 30 picks. And you talked about offensive line potentially being a need. Receivers, haven't really had a run of receivers yet. We both talked about the New Orleans Saints with the potential of trading back into the second round. Right now, is there anyone on your board that you're highlighting on your list that goes, that could be a Saints guy, that could be a Saints guy, that could be a Saints guy? Is there anybody people should be circling with their red Sharpie or highlighting with their yellow highlighter is watch out for the Saints to potentially be targeting this guy, or this guy?
We talked about two already. I love Cedric Tillman. I love A.T. Perry. And I think both fit a legitimate need. Michael Thomas has missed 40 of the last 50 regular season games. And although he is extremely dominant still, when he's on the field, I don't know that if you're Dennis Allen and Pete Carmichael, I don't know that you can or should count on that this year. Plus, Thomas could potentially be a free agent at year's end. And as far as the type of guy the Saints are looking for, again, I go back to Tillman playing for Cody Burns back in 2021 with the Tennessee Volunteers. Dennis Allen brought in Derek Carr this offseason, who he drafted. Allen was Carr's first coach in the league. Dennis Allen has filled up his coaching staff, especially on the defensive side, with guys he's worked with in the past. Kalen Sanders, the defensive tackle free agent, signing. He played with Tyrann Mathieu in Kansas City. He played with Tano Passanio in Kansas City. The name, the term for the Saints offseason so far has been familiar faces. I can see Cedric Tillman being in a New Orleans Saints uniform. We mentioned Darnell Washington. Dennis Allen, he wants his team, clearly he wants his teams to be bigger and physical. There's no tight end that checks the box off. There's no offensive player that checks the box off more than Darnell Washington. We talked about several running backs. Maybe the Saints identify one or two that, hey, we want this guy in our system. That's when you say, when that happens, that's when you see a trade. Rather than sitting and waiting to see it. I hope Tajay Spears or whoever, Zach Charbonnet, I hope so and so is going to still be on the board when we pick again. No, you go get him. And we both expect the Saints to pick a running back. We don't know exactly when it's going to happen. My betting money is when they figure out when they figure out absolutely who they want at the position, they're going to move and go get them. I think they'll be very aggressive in that capacity. Receiver, I think they're content to kind of sit and wait to see who falls to them, whether they choose one or not. And obviously, since they just bypassed Darnell Washington after two tight ends had already been chosen today, they're content to wait and see what happens with the tight end position as well.
Yeah, that's some really good points, really good analysis from one of the best in the business when it comes to draft time in the New Orleans area. That's Bob Rose.
Thank you.
Here's the thing, Bob, is people don't really know this, but I have to make it look like I like you.
Well, somebody has to, because I don't got many.
Oh, Lauren's home, right?
She is, but she's out of the room, so.
Oh, so she didn't hear that. Okay.
Yeah, and she doesn't watch our show. Will doesn't watch our show.
Come on, Will.
Now she just came back into the room and said, yeah, they do watch our show.
I said, come on, Will, is SpongeBob more important? SpongeBob's pretty great.
Yes.
There's Will. Oh, man. See, the pick is in for Indianapolis. They take Julius Brents, the defensive back out of Kansas State, another tall and lengthy defensive back in this draft.
Yeah, he is. This is about where I was seeing Julius Brents, projected to quite a bit, in recent mock drafts. And Indianapolis has been pretty aggressive at filling defensive needs through the draft in the last few years. So, I mean, this pick doesn't surprise me. Indy, for all their struggles offensively, and they've been bad, they have one of the more underrated defenses in the league. Brents is just one more tool to that unit, because you figure you're talking about a Houston Texans team that just added a quarterback, a Jacksonville Jaguars team that already has a first overall pick in Trevor Lawrence, and a Tennessee Titans team that likes to be physical, with opponents offensively. Julius Brents, a bigger physical defensive back. It makes a lot of sense here.
This is a team too that just 4 years ago took a defensive back in the second round. They took Rock Ya-Sin out of Temple. They traded him to Las Vegas a year ago. And when you look at their defensive backs now, there's some question marks for the Indianapolis Colts. It does make a lot of sense. And like I said the other day, yesterday in particular, talking about defensive backs that are long, lengthy, athletic. I think that's kind of the trend we're going to start seeing in the NFL, right? We have these trends, these highs and lows of whether it's going to be a shorter, more speedy, DB? Is it going to be a bigger, aggressive, hands at the line DB? I think we're kind of hitting that point of somewhere nice in the middle. Use your body and your frame to your advantage, but you're not losing the athleticism. I think we've kind of found a hybrid role for some of these guys in the league that you used to be able to call safeties, and you're seeing a lot of these guys come up and play cornerback now. And I think that's what we're going to start seeing. Just a prediction in the long run. We're going to start seeing more and more guys like that.
No, I agree with you. And you look at the Saints, for example. The Saints cornerback room, it has an awful lot of size. I think Marshawn Lattimore might be the smallest of the of the trio of Lattimore, Alontae Taylor, and Paulson Adebo. And by contrast, we're seeing teams go a little bit smaller at safety because they want they want the kind of safeties that can cover move up into the slot, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson type. Tyrann Mathieu type, the kind of guy that, they'll be physical in the box, but they want to move them all over the field. You basically have a third cornerback in a lot of those safeties now.
Yeah. Well, remember, it was the Saints were one of the first teams to start doing it in like 2015, 2016, running some like 3 safety looks.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're seeing those 3 safety looks, if you will, to Bob's point. A lot of those safeties are now playing corner. So maybe the Saints were onto something a little early in the process. And that was a Dennis Allen thing way back then. So maybe Dennis Allen was onto something years early. Oh, we got the winter. How cold is it up there for you to have to throw on a heavy coat like that?
Dude, it's like 30-something degrees.
Yeah, I'm not trading with you. I'm not. No, it was 80 degrees here. I'm good.
Well, and that'll bring us for one of tonight's show's unwanted sponsors. Western Pennsylvania weather, sure to put a cloud over your silver lining.
I was gonna say Charlotte weather, where it's raining 1 second, it's beautiful, a beautiful summer day. The next, it went back and forth today. It went back and forth. It was playing jump rope with the weather today.
So as I pollute both my lungs and the atmosphere around me, what kind of comments are we getting from the Isaiah Foskey pick? Who dat nation, Bayou Blitz fam? You're being awful quiet tonight.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot out of the Foskey pick. One that I completely missed, though, when Levis was picked was who puts mayonnaise in their coffee. Did you see that video?
I heard about it. I can't bring myself to watch the video.
It's gross. So I asked people today at the office, the full-time gig. I said, guys, would anybody be willing to try that? I had one guy that said, it might not be that bad. And I said, all right, I'm bringing you mayonnaise next week, and we're gonna see it. Not a whole lot of comments on the Foskey pick, at least on ours, on the YouTube channel. I'm sure there's plenty if I head over to Twitter, so let's do that. While we have a moment, break in the action. I'm going to have to make a pot of coffee here soon. Have we found out or figured out how to like teleport things? Like, can you throw something into like a teleporter and it come and just be here? Because you said you got pots of coffee 24/7.
Yeah, I pretty much do. And once again, I'm into my second pot of the day. About halfway through that, so I got a fighting chance, at making it through the evening. It's an off-brand name. Because we don't make the big money here at Saints News Network. So again, if you're going to start a GoFundMe account for the Bob Rose and Brendan Boylan draft coffee fund, we'll set up a Cash App before next year's draft, before the 2024 draft.
You know what? Here's your free sponsorship. Ready? It's kind of hard because it's only going to affect people in Georgia, but Blend of Hope coffee. My dad roasts his own beans. All profits go to different mental health nonprofits in the area. However, due to, in my opinion, some silly laws in the state of Georgia. He's not able to sell over state lines. So if you're in Georgia, hit it up. If not, be patient. We'll hopefully have an answer and figure it out.
Well, you know what, Brendan? They used to bootleg beer, among other things. They used to bootleg beer back in the day, so we can cue up the Smokey and the Bandit song "Eastbound and Down." You and I will be side bootleggers, for your dad's coffee business.
of a coffee that gets donated to charity. Yeah, I can see
Right.
some issues with this one. Can see some issues with this one.
But we'll start our Bob Rose, Brendan Boylan, charity bootleggers.
Charity bootleggers. Sounds like a really, really bad sitcom.
Like this show isn't.
Oh man. All right, Mark actually has some comments for us. Mark says Foskey is an animal. Still, we're going to miss Caden Ellis. Yeah, I agree with that. He also says, love the Foskey pick. So, Mark, thanks for the feedback. Love that. He also wants to say to Darnell Washington. I don't know. Washington tight end's going to be weird, and especially because he's not a Y tight end, and that's what the NFL wants.
Yes.
He could be there at 71, and I think that would be a tremendous value at 71. I don't see the Saints packaging up picks to go get a guy like that because it's not an absolute need. It would be a luxury more than a need to get a guy like Washington. If he's there at 71, you're getting a heck of a pick, heck of value. That's a great luxury value pick. But in terms of needs, if you're going to sacrifice some of those picks you have in day 3 to move back up, I don't think it is for Darnell Washington. But I appreciate the comment, Mark. Appreciate the feedback. Hopefully you're enjoying the draft, enjoying the show. Hopefully you hung out with us yesterday. I just may the 4th be with you if you're hanging out with us tomorrow because we'll be running fumes. I'm just being honest. So Brian Branch finally comes off the board. I'm telling you, we were just talking about the Detroit Lions and what they're building up there. They get a heck of a player in Brian Branch, Bob.
Yeah, they do. And the Lions made a trade to get into that spot. The previous trade that Detroit was in position to make in today's second round, we thought that Brian Branch might be the pick. So Detroit still has some work to do on that defensive end or defensive backfield. You talked about the fact that they brought in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They get a great compliment in Brian Branch. He's a guy. He's big enough to move down into the box. He has solid range, certainly championship experience, playing all those games for Bama in the SEC. So I think that's an outstanding compliment. To Gardner Johnson, CD Deuce, whatever he wants to call himself this week. Detroit's building a team. I'll be honest, based off of what has happened on paper so far this offseason and the way Detroit finished the 2022 season, they are my early favorites for not only the NFC Central, NFC North title. I'm dating myself. NFC North title. They're my dark horse favorite. For NFC pick. Period.
The Patriots are selecting Georgia Tech pass rusher Keon White. Just another reason not to like the paid what?
Yeah.
But no, Keon White going there. Looks like Tampa Bay has traded into pick 17. The Packers are trading down. The Buccaneers will be selecting after the Commanders. The Bucks, they addressed defensive tackle in the first round. They have a lot of needs, Bob. Have some serious question marks at certain positions. But based off of what you know, could this be a place, and I hate to jinx it, Bob, because I know you like him, but could you see Osiris Torrance go to Tampa Bay as they kind of rebuild not just the offensive line, but they kind of rebuild a little bit of everything now that Tom Brady's out the door?
Yeah, I could see offensive line being the pick here. Either Torrance on the inside or Ohio State right tackle DeJuan Jones on the outside. A couple years back, they spent a first-round choice on Tristan Wirfs, who is already one of the better tackles, if not the best tackle in the game. Wirfs can play either right side or left side. If the pick is DeJuan Jones, DeJuan has right tackle body, right tackle feet, so that's where he'd play. We talked about Tampa Bay not reaching for a quarterback in the first round, and I said this last night, or I avoided saying this last night. I'm going to avoid saying it again. I'm not saying Tampa is tanking this year, but they definitely have their eyes to a quarterback in the 2024 draft. Not saying they want to finish at the bottom of the league, but it almost feels like they are putting the younger pieces in place for a different quarterback than what they have on the roster to step in as they build for the future. Because Tampa, they made a well publicized run once they got Tom Brady, and they got a Super Bowl championship out of it. But as a result, they have a lot of aging players with big contracts on that team. So they're kind of slowly trimming the fat, for lack of a better term. You mentioned the addition of Cansey last night, who I think is going to be a great pro. I think they go offensive line here, and they kind of build some youth in those offensive trenches.
Get some more comments. Let's see. Guy Saints drafted last year out of Air Force, Jordan Jackson. He's with the Denver Broncos. Follows Sean Payton out that way. Mark says he loves the show. He's a season ticket holder from Las Vegas. If you're in Vegas, you should have. I was in Vegas earlier this year. And you guys know this, and I'll say this again. I'll say this for Bob as well, because I know Bob's going to be traveling and has credentials and whatnot as the season comes along. If you guys are ever in a city that we're in, or you're going to be in the Pittsburgh area for Bob, or you're going to be in the Charlotte area, hit us up. You guys have our socials, or you should by now. Just shoot us a DM, and we can try to make something happen. We'd love to meet and hang out with some of you guys. At the very least, if we can't make it work, at least we could recommend a good place to get some grub around us. So we could definitely do that. Anna asks, where do the Saints pick 71? It's going to be a third rounder. Like Bob and I have said, don't be surprised if the Saints trade back into the second round if there's a guy that they really like here. And let's go ahead and give you guys the latest pick. It is Jartavius Martin, a safety out of Illinois. He's going to the Washington Commanders at pick 47. The Commanders are in a spot where the NFC East is up for grabs like every year. It feels like, but they're definitely on the weaker side of the NFC East.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The Eagles, the Eagles have to continue to be a front runner. I love their roster. The Cowboys have made the playoffs the last couple of years. They still have a playoff caliber roster, and the Giants shocked a lot of people by sneaking into the playoffs last year. But remember Washington just a couple years back, they got into the playoffs themselves. Ron Rivera, I think, is one of the league's most underrated coaches, and he does more with less than what a lot of coaches can do in the NFL currently. So that Washington team is going to come to play every weekend.
And the pick for Tampa Bay is in, waiting to hear who it is going to be. Just want to take a quick second to thank you guys for tuning in again today, or if you tuned in yesterday, if you're tuning in just today, make sure to tune in tomorrow. There's a lot going on in the sports world. We kind of alluded to it last night. Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, NFL draft, and you guys are choosing to be here, which is super cool, and we can't express our love and gratitude enough with everything going on in the sports world. You got baseball, Major League Baseball is going on as well. You guys are still choosing to hang out with us as we talk, not just New Orleans Saints tonight, but just the draft in general and some of the outlook for these teams moving forward and some of these young men whose lives are changing forever tonight and tomorrow.
The pick for Tampa Bay is Cody Mock, the tackle slash guard from North Dakota State. Is small school player, but North Dakota State has produced some good NFL prospects over recent seasons. I think we talked about Tampa Bay going offensive line. We didn't necessarily mention his name, but he comes off the board. A lot of mock drafts were projecting him, mock to go, in the second or early third round. This is a good spot for him. He's a guy that has a lot of versatility. He played both tackle spots, for the Bison. Many people, myself included, have him projected for a guard at the NFL level. But again, with Tristan Wirfs already there, and Wirfs' ability to play either left or right side, you have some versatility choices with Cody Mock.
Well, Mock, I'll say two things about. First off, Bob, and most importantly, I said this when his teammate Trey Lance was drafted a few years ago. FCS produces talent.
Yes, sir.
Dang it. And then second is Cody is a little bit of a meme in the internet world because of his progression from his freshman year headshot photo to his senior year headshot photo. So if you guys haven't looked that up, go ahead and look. You literally have someone who looks like mom dressed them for picture day as a freshman. And he's got missing teeth and a beard and long hair for his latest portrait. So it's quite funny to see what college football does to people.
What college does to people.
Amen to that. But FCS produces talent. I love seeing small school guys get off the board. I love seeing FCS represented. And
you know what? We're gonna see a couple more FCS schools represented, with some good talent, either in the second or third round tonight or early tomorrow. Yep. We keep talking about Darnell Washington, the tight end from Georgia, Tucker Kraft from South Dakota State, alma mater of Dallas Goedert, Zach Kuntz from tight end from Old Dominion, and Nick Saldivari. A guard that I really, really like, from Old Dominion too. They're going to hear their names called, either this evening or early tomorrow afternoon, and they'll have NFL careers too.
Absolutely. Well, Bob, it looks like we got Mark asking, do we go to any Saints home games? Would love to meet up for a pre-game drink. Well, the drinking part, you want to talk about probably the worst two people to offer a drink to, Bob and I. We will meet up for a pregame something. Absolutely. Just shoot us a DM. Honestly, I haven't been. I know you go every year. You make it out there at least once a year. I haven't been in New Orleans since, man, what year was that? 2014, I think. I haven't been to a Saints game since 2014 or 2015 at the Dome. Obviously, when they come here to Charlotte, it's easy, right down the road. Mm-hmm. Atlanta isn't that far, but I haven't made the trip out to New Orleans due to, up until last year, I was calling college football for 8 straight seasons, and it's tough to justify after calling a game at 1:00, making the 10-hour drive or plus from Charlotte out there. So haven't had a chance, but please shoot us a DM. Love to meet up. And that doesn't just go for Mark. Like I said, that goes for anybody. I mean, if you're, whether you're in New Orleans, if you're in the Pittsburgh area, if you're in the Charlotte area, if you're traveling for when the Saints come here to play the Panthers, please shoot us some DMs. We'd love to meet up with some of you guys. And shoot, I mean, I pick up John Hendricks from the airport every year. Mm-hmm. So, there's things like that. We would love to get a chance just to hang out, talk with you guys, be able to put a face with a name outside of the little avatar that pops up on my computer screen. But we love interacting with you guys. So yeah, absolutely, Mark. We'll take you up on that when we can.
We talked about the Steelers, loving those big-bodied defensive tackles and nose tackles. They just grabbed one at pick number 49. Keanu Benton, the defensive tackle, nose tackle from Wisconsin. You want to talk about a run stuffer? The Steelers are getting one here. I love Benton. Benton was on my short list of defensive tackle candidates. If the Saints did not get one in the first round, Steelers got a good player that fits their prototype very well here.
I was talking to a Steelers fan, lifelong Steelers fan this week, and I asked them, I said, what's the most ideal thing for this draft? And they said, we went and got our quarterback last year. And I think a lot of people in that area are really liking what they've seen from what Kenny Pickett can be for them. He said, but more importantly, he said, we've gotten away from the Steelers' DNA the last couple years, and that's running the ball down people's throats and making it extremely difficult for offenses. And that's what he wanted to see. He said, I want to see players that fit the Steelers mold. And they just got a guy that fits the Steelers mold. I think the Steelers so far in this draft have really knocked out what makes the Steelers special. I'm certainly not old enough to sit here and go steel curtain defense and all that good stuff. But that's the DNA. That's the mold of what's made the Steelers so good over there. Steeler football. Even the Ben Roethlisberger days, they were pitching the ball a lot more. But you can go down, you talk about like running the football. Willie Parker, you had Mendenhall there. You had Le'Veon Bell. So they got their guy in Najee Harris there. They have a quarterback in place. And now it's just about rebuilding that defense and making them a gritty, nasty defense that nobody wants to go play in Pittsburgh in November and December. And this is a pick that absolutely does that for them.
Yeah, it really does. Before I talk on that, the Packers, somewhere I hope Aaron Rodgers, ego is exploding. Because the Packers, just selected wide receiver Jaden Reed from Michigan State. Bit of a reach. I had Jaden picked for a midday three pick. But the Packers, they get two pass catchers. Luke Musgrave with an earlier selection in the second round. And now they go wide receiver. Jaden Reed.
I mean, you said it a little bit yesterday. You were hoping after all these years just to be, a little petty, rub them a little bit the wrong way, go and get them some help. And they finally do. I guess they just weren't a big fan of getting Aaron Rodgers some help over the years. But no, I mean,
this ain't right. The Miami Dolphins, pick number 51 overall is being announced by Teron Armstead.
Yeah, that's not
right.
He's a likable guy.
Oh, I love Teron. I miss him as a person and as a player in New Orleans.
You're having some appearances tonight opposed to yesterday. We didn't get a whole lot of appearances. But got the pup, got Will. That pup's got big, man.
Yeah. She's still a man. They're both menaces.
No, they're always going to be. I can't have my dog in my office. I could not imagine having the dog in my office right now. Things would be getting torn up. He'd be barking. He's adorable. He's tiny. He's not going to get more than like the 10 pounds that he is. But he gets up on his hind legs and he gets his arms together, his like little paws together, arms, paws, whatever. And he like swats like this, begs at you. So then when you finally give him the attention and you play fetch with him or whatever he wants, as soon as your eyes go off of him, he just starts clawing at your leg.
Yep.
So I'm right here, man. That's all he does all day. I'm sure your pup's probably the same way.
Oh God, yeah. Folks that follow me, you might know that I have a segment on the Jordy Hultberg show. Every week, mostly on Tuesday afternoons. And I kid you not, it's a half hour, 40-minute segment. I kid you not, every single segment, you hear the dog bark and you hear Will yelling or calling for something. You could set your clock by it.
I think you're right. Maybe it just becomes background noise after you listen to it a few times. You just kind of get used to it. It's no big deal. Teron Armstead just gave a shout out to Steve Gleason.
He did.
That's always a sight, and we'd like to see. I'm gonna have to bring out. There's enough room right here. I talked about this yesterday. I got rid of the jersey thing. There's enough room here, so I might have to bring the Steve Gleason jersey out tomorrow. Let's see. Mark asked, "Do we think Tajay Spears will be around at 71?" That's the big question, right? And can I go 2 for 2? Yeah, we're within 2 hours. 1 an hour. I still really love Eno Benjamin. Eno Benjamin, fan club president, founder, right here. I think it makes sense, especially. You know what, Bob? I'm gonna tee it up for you, and you can finally hit it out of the park, right? Because you've been teasing this thing for months. You've been teasing for months that Alvin Kamara may or may not be a Saint this time next year. If the Saints were to take a guy like Tajay Spears, how does that fall into that potential equation?
Coming into the offseason, I was really concerned about Alvin Kamara's future with the New Orleans Saints. And the legal situation is certainly murky. He signed to a big money deal. And while he's still putting up the numbers as a runner, we're not seeing the same kind of production as a pass receiver. Part of that, in my opinion, a lot of that blame, lies on Pete Carmichael, not scheming, to get Kamara more involved as a receiver. But I also haven't seen the same kind of explosiveness and, frankly, the same kind of effort from Kamara as a receiver, especially last year. I'm not saying that I believe the Saints should or even will move on from Alvin Kamara, but if they get a back out of it, they just signed Jamal Williams, who isn't as explosive as Kamara, but is a very productive running back. And if the Saints get a running back out of this draft, and they hit it out of the park with big production, the kind of guy who can bring a lot of versatility and dynamic playmaking ability to an offense, all of a sudden you're talking about Alvin Kamara carrying a heavy contract on a team that has to do a lot of salary cap juggling every year. I'm not going to say salary cap hell, because with Mickey Loomis, there's no such thing. But now you have a player who's had some legal difficulties, and we don't know what's going to transpire out of that, but that's a black mark against him. He's edging closer to 30, which is purgatory for NFL running backs, has a high contract while you yourself are playing salary cap juggling acts. So I think it's a very real possibility that Alvin Kamara is not in the New Orleans Saints uniform in 2024 if some things, and they have to be a lot of things, but if some things fall a certain way. And speaking of, not to interrupt what you were about to say, we may see a run on that running back position now, because the Sea Hags with the 52nd overall pick have just grabbed one of my favorite backs in the draft, Zach Charbonnet, from UCLA.
Seattle can never have enough running backs.
No.
And they've done a really good job of messing with me and other fantasy football owners every year, because you don't know which one to start week to week. And it's infuriating. Now, given they had Penny up there forever, and he was hurt week to week, so you didn't know week to week whether he was going to be healthy enough to actually play or not. But yeah, are you grabbing more coffee, Bob?
Yes, I am.
Oh man. I'm gonna have to do it here soon. Let's see. Comment: Bob, the AK situation is concerning me too. If he's convicted, he could be in jail for a year to 10 years at the max. I'm gonna say something, and I'm gonna say it with, I guess, a grain of salt. I'm gonna be as nice as possible, because neither of us defend the actions of just literally beating the heck out of somebody, right?
Nope.
Can't get behind that.
Don't get me wrong. I have a list of people, but that's another story for another time.
Yeah, Bob, let's be careful about what you say out loud. Okay, this is recorded stuff. But nonetheless, we can't get behind that, right? At the end of the day, and I've seen prime examples here in Charlotte and other sports recently. These dudes, if they are if they are convicted, if they're found guilty, if they plead no contest, whatever it is, are not spending a single day in jail because of who they are. Is it fair? No. Is life not fair? No. Or yes, life is unfair. Is it a disservice from our legal system? Absolutely. But if Alvin Kamara is found guilty, which innocent till proven guilty, right? Right. He will
Sure.
not spend a day. He will not spend a day in jail. Kareem Hunt did not spend a day in jail. Ray Rice did not spend a day in jail. Greg Hardy did not spend a day in jail. Now, those are all domestic violence cases. I know this isn't quite the same thing, but those are the examples I can throw right off the top of my head. And again, you want the example here in Charlotte that has been all over sports media the last couple weeks because the NBA finally came out with a suspension for. That's Miles Bridges, who pled no contest to felony domestic violence. And what did he get? 3 years of probation. That's it for a felony. So, no, Alvin Kamara is not going to spend any time in jail. It is concerning because, of course, it's a legal issue. You don't know how it's going to play out. And the longer the legal issues play out, the longer it is till there's an official suspension, and there's a lot of little things that go into all that. But no, anybody who is a NFL player, for that matter, is not going to spend any time in jail unless they did something unless they murdered somebody. They're not going to go to jail. And Bob says even then they might not.
Well, but we have seen even especially in the Roger Goodell reign of terror.
Okay.
Yeah, and during the Roger Goodell reign of terror, we have seen NFL players under similar circumstances, assault kind of cases or domestic violence, type of issues. We keep talking about 6-game suspension, 6-game suspension. I keep wording it as a minimum of a 6-game suspension. That's according to the NFL personal conduct policy. Goodell and the league has suspended players for longer periods of time, up to 1 year, for lesser offenses. So there's a lot to be concerned about. With the Alvin Kamara legal issue from the New Orleans Saints as a football team, but also Kamara's future as a player and as an individual.
Absolutely. Now, I don't think the Saints taking a running back in this draft at this point of the draft affects Alvin Kamara all that much. I'm not going to lie. But it could give you a little bit of sense of where the Saints are in the future.
Well, remember that Kamara was a 3rd-round pick, and you remember what he did as a rookie. Say New Orleans drafts a running back in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round this year, and they get that same kind of production, from said running back. All of a sudden, like I said, just my opinion, but my opinion, that suddenly makes a guy like Alvin Kamara expendable.
I think you're right. I think the biggest thing when it comes to a situation like that is if you get a guy like Spears, Gibbs, like obviously off the board and taken a lot higher than people thought. That was a good Alvin Kamara comparison, though, too. If you go get a guy that has a super similar skill set, we're having a different conversation. Spears, I think, has a similar skill set, but not enough of a super similar skill set, body type, what have you, to have that many questions and concerns. I could be wrong there. That's just a personal opinion. I'm going to go make some coffee because you've had 2 coffee runs and I have not. So I'll be back lickety split. Can you count that as making up words? I mean, that's a pretty average expression, right?
No, I can't count it. So far, our there's been 4 Eno Benjamin mentions.
You've kept a count. That's awesome.
Four,
Awesome.
Benjamin mentions, one wrong day mistake, two made up words. The words were hurtsy and dislikement.
I'm glad you're keeping count on this. This is awesome. I didn't know this.
Three. I'll call them Aaron Rodgers revenge plots. Aaron Rodgers slander. Five of those. I believe all five were on my part.
I don't have a lot of The only Aaron Rodgers slander that I have, it's not even Aaron Rodgers' fault. It's the NFL's fault. He should never have won MVP in 2011. We've had that conversation before, though.
Yeah.
That's a disgrace to anybody that's a true, passionate NFL fan. It's the only slander I got. So I'm up to 4 Benjamin in 2 days.
You are?
Love it. Love it. When that kid has a breakout season, you guys come find me, okay? And breakout to me is if he has like a 400 or 500 yard, couple touchdown season, that is a win for me in this New Orleans Saints offense. That's the end goal this year for our friend from Arizona State. 7th round pick, by the way.
Yes.
That's why tomorrow is also important and why you guys should tune in, because those guys make a huge difference. We talked about Marcus Colston yesterday. It's another great example. But Bob, I'll leave you to it for a few minutes while I get some coffee going.
Okay.
And, when I figure out like portals and stuff, I'll send some your way.
Sounds good. All right, folks. While Brendan and I were blasting Aaron Rodgers and debating about Alvin Kamara's future, and we'd love to hear you guys chime in too. If you're not watching the draft, the recent picks have been at 51. The Dolphins selected cornerback Cam Smith from South Carolina. At number 52, Seahawks, and I believe we mentioned this, running back Zach Charbonnet from UCLA. The Chicago Bears at number 53 overall, defensive tackle Gervon Dexter from Florida. At number 54, the Los Angeles-ish Chargers selected defensive end Tui Polaloto from Southern California, from USC. And now the Kansas City Chiefs sit at number 55 on the clock. But back to the running back position. Everybody talks about, or a lot of people that follow the Saints talk about, this team has had such good luck, with late round draft picks and undrafted rookies, at both running back and wide receiver. And that's very true, but you can't bank on that. And this has also been more the case at the wide receiver position for the Saints in recent years than it has the running back spot. Travaris Cadet, he had a serviceable career with the Saints, but he wasn't exactly a highly productive NFL back. Outside of that, you have to go back to, Kyrie Robinson, who I believe was 2013. And Chris Ivory back in 2010. Then, of course, everybody knows about Pierre Thomas back in 2007. The Saints could still hit it back with a guy. They're always going to bring in 2 or 3 undrafted guys at both wide receiver and running back, because you never know what could happen. And these are guys that I would be frankly a little bit surprised if all of them reach day 3. A lot of Saints fans were clamoring for Zach Charbonnet or Tajay Spears, who we mentioned a couple times. But Israel Abanikanda from Pitt. Chase Brown, a guy I really, really like from Illinois. Kendre Miller from TCU. Are all productive backs. We've written about them on the Saints News Network. We profiled a lot of offensive players. Very few of them were projected to go in the first round, because we did expect, the Saints to go defensive line, with their early round selections. So, if you want to get caught up on, some of the talent, offensive talent, and defensive too, for that matter, that's going to be available through the rest of today, and through tomorrow, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7, go to the Saints News Network and scroll down. We've worked very hard to profile these players for you guys. running back, receiver. Yeah, even though the Saints have had success with late round and undrafted guys, I still expect the team to address both positions in the middle rounds of this draft. So stay tuned. The Kansas City Chiefs are about to make their pick. The Chiefs go wide receiver Rashid Rice, excuse me, from SMU. Very much a receiver that fits Andy Reid's profile for what he wants in Kansas City. Smaller, shifty guy, a guy that can run patterns from the slot, or beat you deep from the outside. A lot of speed, a lot of athleticism. SMU runs a wide open program down there. So their receivers usually translate to a pass heavy attack at the NFL level. We know that Andy Reid, especially with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, Andy Reid likes those smaller guys at wide receiver. So this is again a pick that fits the Chiefs prototype. And folks, you all have been fairly quiet when it comes to what you think the Saints' needs are through the remainder of this draft. So we definitely like to hear on some of your opinions as well. The Chicago Bears are making another pick. Bears are picking at 56th overall. And I'd also like to expound a little bit on something that Brendan started talking about before, and then we got interrupted by, I believe it was the Saints selection. Which if you're just tuning in, the Saints have selected defensive end Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame, with their second round pick, the 40th overall selection. That's the only move that New Orleans has made so far this evening. The Chicago Bears at 56 pick cornerback Tyreek Stevenson from Miami, Florida. The Bears are obviously trying to rebuild an older and aging defensive backfield. But back to what Brandon was saying about Jordan Love. Obviously, he comes with a first-round pedigree. And the Packers have been patient, and letting him develop behind Aaron Rodgers. And there are going to be a lot of comparisons. Aaron sat behind Brett Favre for a few years, before Brett moved on. And Rodgers has put together a Hall of Fame career. Yeah, that's true. But Brendan said this himself: replacing a legend. And like him or not as a person, Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Fame quarterback. Therefore, you can pretty much put him upon, among legendary status. Replacing a legend is next to impossible. For every Aaron Rodgers replacing Brett Favre or Steve Young replacing Joe Montana, is a great example. And for you older fans than that, Danny White had a solid career, replacing Roger Staubach, for the Dallas Cowboys in the early 80s. The Giants are about to make the selection at number 57 overall. And they go offensive line, center John Michael Smith from the University of Minnesota. But back to Jordan Love. For every example of and Aaron Rodgers replacing a Brett Favre, Steve Young replacing Joe Montana, or even Danny White replacing Roger Staubach. How long did it take for the Pittsburgh Steelers to find even a well above average quarterback once Terry Bradshaw retired? How about the Denver Broncos after John Elway, Buffalo Bills after Jim Kelly, Dallas Cowboys after Troy Aikman? Even the 49ers had Steve Young follow Joe Montana. Who followed Steve Young? You look at the New Orleans Saints situation with Drew Brees. We think that we found an answer in Derek Carr. Only time will tell. The Saints certainly believe so. I mean, they bet $100 million of guaranteed money that they did. But until he does it on the field, replacing a Hall of Famer at the most important position in all of professional sports, it's a work in progress. As you folks know, there's no guaranteeing even a first-round quarterback like Jordan Love is even going to have a moderately successful career in the NFL, let alone be able to fill the gigantic shadow that a previous the predecessor of a Hall of Fame quarterback is going to cost. So unfortunately, we're going through that in New Orleans since Drew Brees retired. So Jordan Love has some big shoes to fill. The Packers are making the moves to surround him with some weapons. We'll see how that turns out, but it's definitely a new era in the Green Bay Packers organization. The Dallas Cowboys at the 58th overall selection. We're still in the second round. Have selected tight end Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan. We've talked a lot about Darnell Washington, the tight end out of Georgia tonight. Big blocker, and that's going to be his immediate contribution to an NFL team once he gets selected. But a lot of teams, one of the reasons why Washington is falling is because a lot of teams are looking for that pass catcher at tight end, that mismatch as a receiver. Everybody wants the next Travis Kelce, Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert, a guy that they can line up as, all the way out wide, or at least motion him into the slot. A move kind of guy, a guy that's going to make plays downfield. Schoonmaker is not that kind of player. He's more of a throwback, more of a traditional tight end. Michigan, they don't throw a lot. They don't throw the football a lot anyway. And Schoonmaker is a very throwback, old school style of tight end for Jim Harbaugh's system. For the Wolverines, he's an inline player. He'll offer you short to mid, intermediate, moderate receiving production. But he's mostly going to be used, as a blocker and a developmental receiver. Same kind of role that, the Darnell Washington, who I think is very noteworthy that Dallas went Schoonmaker over Washington. But the two of them will bring, similar immediate contributions to an NFL roster. And the Buffalo Bills are next up at pick number 59. And at the tight end position, if you're hoping that the Saints draft one, again, Darnell Washington is still on the board. I mentioned Tucker Kraft, from South Dakota State, where Dallas Goedert graduated from a couple of years ago. Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion, Will Mallory from the University of Miami. Is still available. Mallory probably won't come off the board till day 3. Cameron Latou from Alabama. Jahlil Billingsley, very interesting prospect from Texas. And Josh Weil from Cincinnati. I think all three. I'd be surprised, if any of those guys, except maybe Washington, are drafted before the end of the second round here, and we only have we only have 5 more picks to go in the second round before we turn the page to round 3. And I think a lot of those guys will be day 3 picks, perhaps fall out of the draft altogether. But like we've told you guys starting even last night, undrafted guys, don't rule out 6th, 7th round picks or even undrafted guys to not only make an NFL roster, but contribute to an NFL team, perhaps even immediately. As far as the Saints, the remaining picks that the Saints have, are scheduled for one more tonight, 71st overall selection, which is about 8 or 10 picks into the 3rd round, and then they have a handful of picks tomorrow. They have 1 selection in the 4th round, 2 in the 5th round, and then 2 in the 7th round. Now I personally, I don't expect the Saints to hold on to all of those picks. They are notorious, for moving around and being extremely active, not only in the 1st round, as we touched on last night, but throughout the entire draft. So we can certainly expect the Saints to move around some of those picks, perhaps to move up further either tonight or tomorrow, or maybe package those a couple of those picks for an extra selection or 2 in the 2024 draft also. The Buffalo Bills are next on the clock at number 59 overall. And as of right now, I don't have confirmation as to who that pick would be. He's not going to come off of the board here, but it's been almost a half an hour since we talked about the rookie quarterbacks. Hendon Hooker is still there, as we approach late 2nd round. So for those of you that were yelling and screaming that Hendon Hooker was not only not going to be a 1st round pick, he wasn't going to go until round 3. Give yourselves a pat on the back. You were correct. And the Bills go at number 59 with a player that we mentioned quite a bit earlier this evening, offensive guard Osiris Torrance from Florida. Now, Torrance and Steve Avila, who was picked by the Rams early tonight at pick number 36, both of those guys are outstanding interior offensive linemen. And each were projected as potential first round picks. So, for the Bills to get that, obviously they want to, they want to keep a productive offensive line. I think it's underrated the last couple of years how much pressure people forget this because Josh Allen, the Buffalo quarterback, is so mobile and such a big, formidable target for defensive linemen to hit. But Josh Allen has taken a lot of hits over the last couple of years. So this pick of Osiris Lawrence, has quick feet, good pass protector, road grader as a run blocker. This is purely with an eye on the longevity of their own quarterback position. And the Cincinnati Bengals are coming up next with the 60th overall pick.
What'd I miss?
Well, the Bengals just picked Michigan cornerback DJ Turner. And we talked about corner being a major need for the Bengals last night.
Yes, we did.
So they addressed that. Before that, the pick before at 59, Bills just picked guard Osiris Torrance, the kid out of Florida.
Makes sense with wanting to protect your franchise quarterback.
Absolutely. Before that, tight end that we talked a little bit about as a day 3 prospect last night, but the Cowboys grabbed tight end Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan at 58 overall. We talked about a lot about Darnell Washington being a blocking, inline type of tight end. Same kind of skill set that Luke is going to bring to Dallas. Giants went center John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota at 57 overall. Bears traded to get cornerback, Miami, Florida cornerback Tyreek Stevens at 56. And the Chiefs, and I think you'll love this pick, wide receiver Rashee Rice from SMU. You tell me that's not an Andy Reid pick right there.
It is. It is. And isn't it crazy that you have a guy, Patrick Mahomes, it doesn't matter what receivers you put around him. I mean, even last year, you remember they had Juju, and there was a lot of talk about that. And I feel like Mahomes is so special that if you can ever get, they had Tyreek Hill, obviously, for a while. They have Kelsey, and money's going to be hard to get superstars on the same team. But if you could ever get him another top-tier receiver, whew. Also, quick shout-out to Bob. Bayou Blitz mug. That might be a good one to give out this offseason.
That would be.
That'd be a good little gift. I know we have coffee drinkers here. Somebody said, don't forget the mayo. I did not do that. I'm taking it black. I did have, so I forgot our coffee machine's broken. So I had to do a pour over, which took a little bit longer. So I apologize. I actually had to get some beans. I had to grind them and do the whole fancy. I had to channel my inner barista from back when I was in college. I'd actually make coffee again, opposed to just going boop. So
our viewers thought that you actually went to Brazil for the coffee. You were gone so long.
That's okay. You know, actually, it's a Guatemalan bean. It's my father's coffee. It's a Guatemalan bean. It has notes of tangerine.
Sounds interesting.
Quite lovely. Yeah. He can't sell it over borders, Bob, but I could certainly
charity bootleggers.
I could certainly bring you some, right?
You sent me some. I think it was 2 Christmases ago. It was a peppermint blend.
Okay, I don't remember.
That I think it was peppermint, but whatever it was, it was really good. We tore through that. And when I say we, I mean, Lauren had maybe a cup or 2 out of it total, not per pot, total.
Okay.
And I finished off the rest. But she said it was good.
That doesn't surprise me. So what you're saying is next Christmas, this upcoming Christmas, I have to get you your own coffee and Lauren something separate, so she can actually enjoy the gift as well. Got it.
Yeah, probably, because it won't work. Yeah, it won't work if you get us each a coffee, because I'll just steal hers.
Right. Okay.
For example, the Easter Bunny brought Mr. Will two bags of that. He brought Mr. Will 1 bag of the Easter Reese's peanut butter eggs. And then brought me 1 bag of the Easter peanut butter eggs. I ate about 1.5 bags of the Easter Reese's peanut butter eggs.
Listen, Reese's the best candy out there. So
yeah.
Let's get to some questions, because you couldn't pop up on screen while I was gone. Mark wants to know thoughts on Smoke Monday. Will he contribute this year? That's an interesting one. There was a lot of people that were really high on him in camp last year until of his injury. I'd like to see him contribute. I just don't know, because they did go pick up safeties in free agency.
Yeah.
I don't know where he fits. I think it's definitely going to be see where he is through the rehab process. If anything, earn a special team spot and go from there.
I mean, you remember he's a former undrafted player, so if he's going to make the roster, it's going to be via special teams. But he was turning a lot of heads early in camp before he went down. With the injury that ultimately ended his season. And I remember watching his film during the draft process last year. I'll tell you, this kid hits a ton. And he plays the game at 900 miles an hour. That's what I love about him. What I don't love about him is, at least coming out of Auburn, very poor coverage awareness. he has the ability to stay with receivers when you ask him to match up in man or slide down into the slot. But he has a real tight change of direction. So shifty receivers are going to give him problems, and his awareness when you ask him to play in a deep safety role. He really struggles with that. He's an in the box guy, that's going to have to, hone his natural instincts, to hopefully get better in a coverage role.
Let's throw another one up. This coming from DJ. So they get a Davenport replacement and potentially a replacement long-term for Cam. Who do you guys think will be picked next? There's a lot of trades going on in this draft. Bob and I highlighted a couple guys that the Saints could be looking at. I think if they stay put at 71, it's interesting because yes, you're still drafting needs, but at what point is it you're drafting more best player available? Because I feel like you're almost at that point at 71.
You're certainly nearing it. I've talked a lot about day 3 picks are drafting strictly for value. You're just going best player available. For the most part. But I think that once you get towards the end of round 3, especially once we get into those compensatory picks, at that point teams are sitting there, and that's one of the reasons why you see a flurry at the end, towards the end of round 3, a flurry of trades towards the end of round 3 too. Is because teams are still sitting there and saying, okay, what do we still need? And who's on the board? Oh my God, that's when you have your oh my God moments. Oh my God, I can't believe he's still available. We got to move to get him now. Before teams have a chance to sit on this overnight, and make a bunch of moves, early into day 3. That's why you see so many trades towards the end of round 3, towards the end of day 2.
See, a couple picks have happened since. Let's see, Scruggs, the center from Penn State, going to the Houston Texans. Strange, the tight end from Penn State. So a pair of Penn Staters going back to back here in the latter part of round number 2.
And again, Strange was a guy that James Franklin's offense had done. He's had some nice tight ends come out of Penn State. At Brenton Strange, kind of fits that role, but he was a blocker first, receiver second. So again, you have closer to a traditional inline tight end, just like Schoonmaker was a couple picks ago, while Darnell Washington still sits on that board.
Yeah, there's a couple names as we reach the final pick of round 2, the Denver Broncos, as their pick is in. I look at guys like the Tennessee pair of receivers. I'm a little surprised still there. Trenton Simpson, the inside linebacker at Clemson, a little surprised. He's still there. There's a couple guys, and obviously as you get farther into this draft, you're going to have more and more guys. Oh, I'm surprised they're still there, kind of like what you were alluding to, Bob, or how are they still there? But it looks almost certain that Hendon Hooker is going to be a 3rd round pick. Bob, at what point, if you're the New Orleans Saints, do you start thinking about it if he continues to fall?
If the Saints don't make a move up for a different player in the 3rd round, and they come into, I'll hold that thought.
Marvin Mims, Oklahoma, going to Denver. What do you think of that for the Sean Payton offense?
That's Sean Payton telling his receivers, 2 of whom are 1st-round draft choices, in Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. That's Sean Payton telling his receivers, you guys are going to have to fight for your jobs this year. And it's a corny saying, but I'll say it. There's a new sheriff in town, and we know that Sean Payton is very demanding, and has already quickly put his own fingerprints on this Denver Broncos roster. Mims is the kind of guy who's going to challenge defenses deep down the field, but even though he's a smaller guy, he's very fearless over the middle. This is, if you're going to make a pro comparison And we know Sean Payton obviously very well. Mims reminds me, his playing style reminds me a little bit of Lance Moore, of all people.
Mm. Mm. Well, that will conclude round number 2. So I want to go back to that, because I had made the comparison earlier, saying that a guy like Malik Willis could make sense. I would rather see someone like that fall into the Saints quarterback room. Now that you're in round 3, you have a guy like Hendon Hooker. If you really liked the guy and he's still available and he continues to fall, at what point do you go, this could be our backup quarterback for years to come, and potentially a guy that could turn into the starting quarterback, depending on how long Derek Carr's around.
At what point? I think we're at that point. If you're the Saints, they have pick number 71, which is what 8 or 9 picks into this round 3 that we're about to start in a second. I'm not saying I wouldn't trade up for Hendon Hooker, but if he's still sitting there at 71, and if you're the Saints, you still feel like that there's several wide receivers, several running backs, or several whatever position that you can get early in day 3, I either pull the trigger and bring Hendon Hooker in at 71, or I make a pick at 71, and then I trade a couple of those day 3 picks to get back into that compensatory range that we were talking about at the end of tonight, where that flurry is made to get Hooker. Yeah, so I think we're there as far as Hendon Hooker and surprise picks.
I'm looking at picks before New Orleans where quarterbacks could still be needed. LA and Vegas. Those are the 2 that come up. I'm going to be completely honest with you. If Vegas goes and pulls the trigger at pick 70 to get, I think that's a terrific value pick. For them, because that would be a guy that battles for the starting job right out the gate.
It is, but I continue to be completely baffled. Not only at however Josh McDaniels' mind works, but how he still has or even is considered for a head coaching job by any team in the NFL. I saw him firsthand run the Denver Broncos into the ground, a few years ago, with some unbelievably awful decisions, both draft, and just roster decisions in general. And we've seen that exact same thing play out for the Vegas Raiders so far. I almost feel if I didn't have a long-term hatred of the Raiders fans, dating back to Oakland and LA, I'd almost feel sorry for them. Almost. We'll
see what happens with Hooker. He's clearly the best quarterback still remaining on the board. Honestly, by some, could be the number 1 overall player left on the board. Let's talk about Darnell Washington real quick as we get into round 3. That is a guy that has slipped along with these Tennessee receivers. I mean, looking at it right now, Bob, there's a lot of ways the Saints could go, and I'm just going to name some off the top of the board. Hendon Hooker, obviously, we just talked about. Darnell Washington, if tight ends a place you really want to address. Both Tennessee receivers are still there. And remember, I said this in the offseason, and this is with me loving small school kids like DeMarco Jackson out of App State. I have concerns for inside linebacker, and another Clemson Tiger is sitting there as well. The Saints, is it one of the first times in the years that we've covered the draft together that we can safely say the board has really fell favorable for the Saints so far?
I mean, and clearly New Orleans feels the same way. At least through the first rounds, first 2 rounds that they did, because they got positions that literally everybody identified as needs. And Dennis Allen said so in the press conference last night. after they made their selection is when 29, before 29, once they got the Bengals pick at 28, Allen's exact quote was, there were still two players that we really liked at 20, coming into 28, where the Bengals picked. So that's why we knew we were going to get one of our players. Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that, obviously Brian, Brees was one of those players. It was Miles Murphy the other, and that's what a lot of people are kind of assuming. And then they turn around and are able to address another major position of need with defensive end Isaiah Foskey, made at number 40 overall. And both of us, along with Alan Ulrich, Kyle Mosey, when he joined us last night, we all expressed the same thing. We not only love the individual pick, but love the need, and equally love the fact that the Saints didn't have to give up anything, to trade up and get either one of them. So just in those first two rounds, it's very clear that the board has fell exactly the way the New Orleans Saints wanted it to.
Defensive tackle Pickens out of South Carolina goes to the Chicago Bears to open up round number 3. So I think it's safe to say you're a pick closer, and didn't really lose a player that you would particularly have on your board, considering you've addressed defensive tackle in the draft and 2 signings through free agency at this point. I think it's a shirt up spot right now, along with defensive end. I think defensive end is now really shirt up. You mentioned Carl Granderson a lot yesterday. I was a little surprised. One name that I've heard come out of your mouth a lot over the last 2 years is Tano Passanio, who has had a really underrated few seasons in New Orleans. You have those 2 guys with Peyton Turner, Cameron Jordan, and now Isaiah Foskey. And all of a sudden, I think a Saints defensive line that was rather pitiful at times last year, at least on paper, looks pretty good.
Yeah, I truly believe so. Because again, Cam Jordan's still playing at a high level.
Yep.
You brought in a highly graded defensive end in Foskey, a highly graded defensive tackle in Bryan. You got Saunders and Shepard, 2 very versatile defensive tackles. To certainly upgrade your athleticism in the middle, and then you have Granderson and Passanio on the outside. It's obvious that Dennis Allen did not like what he saw out of the defensive line last year. And remember, the defensive line coach, Ryan Nielsen, is no longer with the team either. He brought in Todd Grantham. So you could pretty much say, outside of Cam, that there were wholesale changes. Onyemata and Tuttle were your regular starters at defensive tackle. And even though Granderson had more snaps than what Davenport did last year, Davenport was recognized as the starter. So, coming into 2023 already, you're going to have 3 of 4 new starters at the defensive line. I'd call that a wholesale change.
It's like a hockey line change,
right?
That the Saints have there at the defensive line. So, looking at it, Bob, I think with the Saints' revamped defensive line, the secondary was really good, especially in the latter half of the season. That includes not having Marshawn Lattimore for stretches throughout last season. They dealt with their own injuries. Linebacker, obviously losing Caden Ellis this offseason. Like I said, depth-wise hurts a little bit. I still think there's some veteran guys you could go get if you wanted depth. Cough, cough, Quan Alexander's still available. I think everybody likes to bring back old names, though. There's the nostalgia factor to that.
Yeah.
Let's go to questions. Anna asks, are you guys surprised that Hendon Hooker has not been selected yet? I'm honestly not. And I do think it's ridiculous, and Bob talked about it a little bit yesterday, the age thing being a big deal to some people. While Bob might find it ridiculous, I totally understand it.
Bob's also the old guy, so.
That is true. That is, hey, you keep saying it. I'm not even the one calling you old. You're doing it yourself now. This isn't as fun as it used to be. But nonetheless, I get it. If you're spending a first or second round pick on a guy that, in my opinion, I look at Hendon Hooker and say, okay, he needs a year, maybe 2 to develop in being being a starting quarterback in the league, at that point, he's already 27. And so I get it. I get it that you'd rather sit there, and if you have a guy that you don't think's 100% ready to start right out the gate, you'd rather have him at 21, 22, and then have him be a starter at 23 or 24 instead of having him become an NFL starter at 27. I get it. But at this point, you're in round 3. And do we want to go over notable third-round quarterbacks? One for the Saints really sticks out in my mind. If you can grab a guy like Garrett Grayson in round 3 and take the risk on him, I think you can take the risk on a guy who had a borderline first-round grade at quarterback, regardless of age and regardless of injury. I think you're at that point where you're going to start seeing some people take some risks on guys.
Mm-hmm.
And Hooker is included in that. I would be really surprised to see Hooker get past pick like 85 at this point. I say that, but again, we've talked a little bit about last year's draft and quarterbacks that fell. I believe Malik Willis fell into the late 80s before he was selected by Tennessee. And that was a guy who also carried by some a first-round grade. So we'll have to see. I'm not surprised by it because of the age, obviously coming off the ACL tear. But I'd be shocked if he's not picked by the 90th overall selection.
Well, I mean, I'll be shocked if he's not picked by the end of round 3. So, the end of tonight. I don't know if that's 90 or what.
It's 102, I believe, is the last pick of the 3rd round.
Okay.
I can double check. Tyler Steen, offensive tackle out of Alabama, going to Philadelphia.
Not surprising. We talked about the Eagles in the 1st round last night. Wanting to get some youth on the offensive and defensive lines. They certainly did that on the defensive line with their 1st-round pick. Now they're doing it on the offensive line. With an Alabama program that traditionally puts out very, very good and very, very physical offensive line. So this is certainly an Eagles pick. Why not? Most of Philadelphia's drafts the last 2 years have been centered around the. Did the Eagles make back-to-back picks here?
They did. They took Sidney Brown, the safety out of Illinois.
Sidney Brown, the twin brother of one of my favorite running backs, one of my favorite players in this draft, Chase Brown, the running back from Illinois. And I expect Chase to come off of the board in either round 3 or round 4 too. But we talked about the Eagles going after Georgia players. They drafted 2 Georgia defensive players last year. They drafted 2 Georgia defensive players last night. And now they're doubling down with an Alabama offensive lineman. So, I mean, why not? Tyler Steen has had to go against those Georgia defenders, 3 or 4 games, in the last 2 years. He's conditioned about, from going against the best. So why not?
You can't go wrong with the SEC, right? I mean, that type of talent level and the guys that Alabama play year in and year out, and also playing for championships. I think you're getting a lot of experience out of, as crazy as it sounds, you get a lot of experience out of a guy that you're taking in the draft because he's played in a lot of meaningful games. And I think that's an underrated thing as well. When you can get a guy who's already played and experienced pressure of big games. Denver Broncos on the clock, 4th pick of round 3, 67 overall. The Saints have the 8th pick of round 3, 71 overall. As we inch closer to that, Bob, if both Tennessee receivers are on the board, you've said you'd like to see Tillman. Because of the Tennessee connections with Burns and some of these receivers, how much do you think, if it truly comes down to being split down the middle, does Burns get how much say do you think he gets in a decision like that if it is one of those Tennessee receivers or another one on the board?
I'm not going to say he has the end say because that's just not fact. But Cody Burns, and the Denver Broncos and our old friend Sean Payton, after sitting out hours and hours and hours, of this draft, ended the 2nd round with wide receiver Marvin Mims from Oklahoma, and now grab a pick 67 overall linebacker Drew Sanders from Arkansas. But back to Cody Burns. I don't, Cody Burns isn't going to have the final say so. But yeah, if he has it would not surprise me at all if he has the deciding vote. I mean, Jeff Ireland and his scouting department, they play a major role, in setting up the draft board. Mickey Loomis plays a role in that. And Mickey Loomis alongside first Sean Payton for years and years and years, and now clearly Dennis Allen. They make the draft decisions, side by side. But at least Sean, not so much Dennis Allen because we haven't heard that. But Sean Payton had made it clear over the years that he would acquiesce to his offensive or defensive coaching staffs, for certain picks. Not so much the coordinators, but the positional players. And Cody Burns is already a young, respected coach in this league. So it wouldn't surprise me if opinions were split right down the middle, between a certain player or two certain players at a position, or even two certain positions. I could see Cody Burns, having the vote that finishes that tie, because again, he has worked with these kids, Jalen Hyatt, and Cedric Tillman. So there's not many coaches in that room that know those kids better than Cody.
Right. I would be willing to bet at this point, because you just saw an inside linebacker come off the board, that position is one of need for New Orleans, that they're looking there. I think they're going to be looking at wide receiver. I do think they're going to keep a tight eye on quarterbacks. We talked a lot about trading back into day two. I don't know if they have their eye on a particular guy or two, but I could certainly see New Orleans keeping a close eye on some of these guys. I'm not saying Hooker entirely, but there are going to be a couple guys I think New Orleans will keep a close eye on here as the third round comes to an end.
Not only New Orleans, but every team. Everybody knows about Tom Brady as a 7th round pick. Now you have the recent success of Brock Purdy as not only a 7th round pick, but the last pick of a draft. And we don't know how Brock's career is going to turn out. But again, like we said earlier, he started off with a lot of fireworks. So because of that, I think a quarterback that would normally have gone undrafted, in recent years, once you get to that point in the draft, now everybody, not everybody, but a lot of these teams are going to be kind of scrambling. Hey, you mean, these quarterbacks are still left and we're in round 7. We got to grab one just in case they're the next Brock Purdy. Imitation is the best form of flattery. And this is a copycat league, as we know very well. So I would be shocked, if there weren't a bunch of quarterbacks taken in round 6 or 7.
Want to give you this quote that's coming from Isaiah Foskey. He said, quote, "This was the one team I wanted to go to. They talked to me a bunch and I fell in love with them." End quote.
He didn't say anything about my mock draft, though. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, come on, man. I think we have seen an end to Hendon Hooker sitting around. The Detroit Lions have selected Hendon Hooker, quarterback out of Tennessee.
Good.
Do you like that pick for them?
I do. I do. I mean, we've talked a lot the last couple of nights about the Detroit Lions, and liking the direction that they go. Dan Campbell is a very player-oriented head coach. Hendon Hooker gets to sit behind, an experienced veteran in Jared Goff, who has had NFL success. And
started a Super Bowl.
A Super Bowl with an asterisk, but still a Super Bowl. the Detroit Lions, we talked about, Kirk Cousins, maybe not, for the Vikings, maybe not taking them to the level that they want to be on. In other words, he has a ceiling of success. Maybe Jared Goff is that same kind of player. Well, now you have a kid like Hendon Hooker, who could develop for a year or two. Maybe he is, remember Dak Prescott. And if I'm not mistaken, Dak was considered an older prospect, and that was one of the reasons why he dropped a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
And Dak ended up being a 4th-round pick, and has had a very productive, is one of the more productive passers, in the league. Maybe Hooker's, NFL career takes that same kind of path. If it does, there are certainly worse comparisons than being the next Dak Prescott.
Jared Goff has 2 years left on his contract. None of the money in 2024 is guaranteed.
Well,
May explain the pick a little bit further. The Los Angeles Rams have traded out of pick 69 and have traded it to the Houston Texans. Texans on the clock, followed by the Raiders and then the New Orleans Saints. Does that tell you that perhaps the Rams were ready to pull the trigger?
it does.
That was one team I highlighted earlier as a team that could need a quarterback. I'll have to see what the compensation was going back.
The way this board is played out, and we don't know what Houston is going to do at 69, or the Raiders at 70 for that matter. But the way the board is played out, if you're Mickey Loomis and Dennis Allen, where do you go with 71?
Like a receiver is still such a deep class, and the fact that you still have a lot of talent at receiver, I think you could afford to wait a little bit longer. I still think inside linebacker is a big need, like a depth piece. And at this point in round 3, you're not looking for a guy to come out and start for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Simpson would make sense. The kid from Alabama would make sense. The kid from Alabama, I'm not sure if that's too much of a reach right at this point in the draft. I don't think it is.
I mean, you got Deion Henley from Washington State, a kid with a lot of coverage range. Dorian Williams, a little undersized, but extremely aggressive in the run. Great coverage range. Plays like a safety. Henley and Williams would be weak side guys, projected for weak side guys. Maybe moving into the middle. When you're going into a passing situation, but guys that potentially could stay on the field in every situation. Right. Trenton Simpson, guy that played a lot of middle linebacker and weak side at Clemson too.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Also, if Darnell Washington is still there, it's just a really intriguing guy because of his size. Because of his size and how good of a blocker he is, it would be a really intriguing pick. But it also tells me that you're about done with the Adam Troutman experiment. As the Houston Texans take Nathaniel Dell, wide receiver out of Houston.
We've talked about wanting physical receivers, big physical receivers. Tank Dell is not a big physical receiver. He is one of the smallest players in this draft class. But man, is he explosive and runs some great routes. I love watching his tape because he is just so precise. He is. And they're saying it on the coverage now. He's just so creative after the catch. Playing style wise, player comparison wise, a lot like Deontay Hardy. What Deontay Hardy was at his best. He's going to add a lot of explosiveness to that Texans receiving core, but he's not a wide receiver 1, probably not a wide receiver 2, a guy you use as a situational player. You scheme to get the ball in space.
The other thing with New Orleans at this spot, since we're talking about wide receiver, is you highlighted the kid out of Wake Forest, A.T. Perry. If the Saints decide not to go wide receiver, A.T. Perry's a guy that's mocked towards the end of the third round, potential start of the fourth. Might be something to keep an eye on when it comes to that. I think the board's really open for New Orleans, which is weird because a lot of years you and I are doing this. You're like, well, these are like the two prospects the Saints should really look at here. And right here, you look at the board and you're like, they could really go anywhere. And there's not a lot of picks. I say this because the Saints surprise us every year, right? But I look at the board and I go, there's not a lot of things the Saints could do here that would really make me scratch my head.
I disagree. I could see them. Yeah, we talk about receiver. We talk about. We mentioned offensive line, although I think the value for here is a little bit of a stretch. Darnell Washington. We mentioned linebacker. You watch them draft an already strong position. My hope now is at 71 they draft a receiver. Specifically Tillman or A.T. Perry. My prediction is this is the pick that's going to make us scratch our head. And it's going to be a cornerback. They've actually met with Ja'Cory Bennett, the cornerback from the other cornerback from Maryland. And I've been hearing reports that they like him a lot. Now scheme wise, he does fit for what they need in a way because he's a slot guy. That I'm not going to say he's out of position outside, but he's a slot guy that can play outside. Meanwhile, they have Marshawn, they have Alante, they have a Debo. All those guys are more outside guys. So my hope is receiver. My prediction is cornerback.
I already got the pick. You want it?
Yes, sir.
Saints will be selecting TCU running back Kendre Miller.
Kendre. He's who I had the Saints picking it's either the 4th or the 5th round of my mock. I can't find my mock. Yeah, I had Kendre Miller being selected by the Saints at 5th round, pick 146 of my second mock. Listen, I love this pick. I love Kendre Miller. I keep talking about the 4 or 5 backs I loved in this draft. Miller was one of them. He can run between the tackles. Has great vision. Wasn't used as a receiver a lot, but when he showed good natural hands. And terrific in the open field. I love his vision and the way he sets up his blocks. We talked coming into this off season, about how the Saints needed an inside threat at running back, but a guy that was still athletic enough to make plays along the edge. They got Jamal Williams, so they checked off that box in a big way. Kendre Miller is that same kind of back. And he really had a breakout season for the Horned Frogs last year too.
Well, if we've learned anything about the New Orleans Saints over the years, it's what? Never enough running backs. Ever.
Right.
Ever. And this is a guy that's a little bigger, little taller than Mark Ingram, but I was going to say in terms of just weight, arms, Mark Ingram-esque size, just got an inch or two height-wise on Mark. And look, I mean, the other thing you have to remember in terms of mental, the mental side of being a running back in the NFL, I think, is one of the biggest hurdles, right? Things have to slow down for you.
Yeah.
Right. He was a quarterback in high school before, eventually switching over to running back at TCU. And he's made an impact there every year. Obviously, a big part of TCU's disastrous national championship game was the fact that he didn't play. But
I forgot he didn't play.
but first team All Big 12. And like you said, Bob, didn't catch a lot of passes, and I think a lot of that was just the offense
Right.
and how it was designed. But he was averaging over 7 yards per reception his senior year. So makes a lot of sense. We thought New Orleans would take a running back at some point in the draft. Obviously, it doesn't bode well for me and my fan club, but nonetheless, the Saints have always used a flurry of running backs, and some people weren't really happy with Williams coming in. If anything, this is some insurance. Even though I don't think Williams has a lot of miles on him because he was always a split backfield type of guy.
Right.
You just drafted a 20-year-old running back, and we talked. Alvin Kamara is getting older. Williams is getting older. This is a guy that can be versatile, and he's not going to be a true scat back. But I think, like I said, if you want a good comparison for guys that have been in New Orleans, Mark Ingram, who became a better pass catcher throughout his career, I think this is a decent comparison of a guy who can pick up run blocks pretty well, or he can pass block pretty well, runs the ball really strong, similar weight, a little bit taller, and has the ability or has shown the ability to be able to catch the football out of the backfield. So I think it's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, I agree with you. And again, whether you believe Jamal Williams can carry the load while Alvin Kamara is out or not, and I believe that Jamal could. You still need that complementary back. Even if a guy like Kendrick Miller or Benjamin or anybody, even if they aren't going to split carries and split touches with Jamal Williams or Alvin Kamara or in a three-way split, you still need that guy to be a change of pace guy. Because the days of the bell cow back in the NFL are pretty much gone. You see very, very few of those now. You always see a shared backfield combination. Situational backs, things like that. We don't know what Kendrick Miller's fit is going to be in New Orleans yet exactly, because again, you already have Alvin Kamara, you already have Jamal Williams, two very accomplished backs. But Kendrick Miller is going to get snaps in the Saints system, and what did you and I complain? You and I complained about a lot of things a lot of times last year.
Yes,
but one of our biggest complaints was the lack of use of Alvin Kamara as a receiver. Mm-hmm. At the very least, Kendrick Miller should be a bona fide running threat out of the backfield where you can use Kamara more around the formation, which is where Alvin is at his most dangerous.
Absolutely. And you can call it thunder and lightning. When you have a guy like Williams and Kamara, you can call it thunder and thunder with a guy like Miller, who they just drafted. So that's the Saints' final pick of day 2 for now, right? You never know what they're going to do in terms of trading back in. If there's a guy that they like I said earlier, I would keep my eyes on receivers. If there's a run of receivers that start going, I would not be shocked to see New Orleans trade back into round 3.
Not at all. And, the fact that Cedric Tillman, A.T. Perry are both still on the board. An early day 3 pick guy I like is, Xavier Hutchinson from Iowa State. Another big physical guy, but he runs a 4.3 40. I'd love to see the Saints come out of this draft with any of those three receivers, even more so than a tight end.
Yeah, and tight ends have dwindled down. Well, there you go. Tennessee guy comes off the board as Jalen Hyatt goes to the New York Football Giants.
Which is funny because we both predicted that the Giants would grab Hyatt with their second round pick. So the Giants still get him. We were just a round late.
I was a little surprised that both those guys fell into round 3. I figured one would be taken in round 2.
Yeah.
Let's see, the Browns now on the clock.
Welcome to the draft, Cleveland. Let's see how you can brown it up.
I was gonna say it's gonna be one of those. How many? I gotta go back and look. How many draft picks did they give up?
I want to say 5.
At 5. Yeah, and that's a, you want to talk about Saints fans getting upset about certain things, like, and given the Saints were in the race for him, right? I wasn't even mad about the Saints being in the race for him because he's a talented guy. But look how bad he was for Cleveland at the end of last year. You spent all those picks, you paid him all that money. He had to sit all those weeks. You finally let him start, and he was awful.
Yeah.
Now, some of that's what's around him, right? But
yeah,
he was not good at all last year.
Yeah, I mean, and he said, Deshaun said it himself. That a lot. Yeah, he had to knock a lot of rust off. Yeah, and I believe that to an extent because you figure at that point it had been almost 2 full seasons since he'd taken a snap in an NFL football game.
Right.
So there certainly is rust. Cleveland's betting a whole lot of money and a whole lot of assets. That's all it was. We'll wait to see how it plays out. I liked Deshaun Watson, the player, in Houston. I like Deshaun Watson, the player, in Clemson. I'd prefer not to talk about his off-field exploits, because they're appalling and disgusting to me. And that's just the stuff we know. The stuff that's alleged is far worse. But Deshaun Watson, the player, I can see why Cleveland, and so many other teams, including the Saints, pursued him so heavily.
Tennessee receivers go back-to-back, Hyatt and Tillman. Tillman, the newest member of the Cleveland Browns.
Well, I mean, we talked about the lack of pieces around Deshaun Watson. They get one here. Tillman's a good player. I preferred Tillman over Hyatt from the start. I made no secret of that. I think he's the more well-rounded receiver of the two. And I think I think he's gonna. It wouldn't surprise me if he's a day one starter in Cleveland.
Well, I mean, they could use all the help they can get.
Right.
And the thing is, that's another team where they've had prospects that haven't really panned out. Like David Njoku, I think is a guy that a lot of people are still waiting on.
Mm-hmm.
Physically, I mean, monster. Intangibles there. Hasn't had a quarterback to really throw him the football. Deshaun's there. We're like, it's almost like you're just still waiting, patiently waiting. When's he going to break out? The running back situation there over the years in Cleveland's been a little odd too, right? Where they've had talent, and I'm not just talking about recent. I mean, I'm talking over maybe like the last decade or so, where there's been talented guys that have came through there. Nick Chubb, obviously, the guy there now, but there had been years up there where it was like, who's the guy? And then Nick Chubb this past year, underperformed might not be a good word, because I mean, shoot, he was third in the league in attempts and third in the league in rushing yards. I think it's more the fact that he had to carry the offense, because there was no.
Yeah.
I mean, Jacoby Brissett was fine, I guess, but he was the entire offense. And then you start getting Christian McCaffrey vibes, and you're like, hey man, probably shouldn't carry the ball 300 times a year. Can we stop doing that, please? So you have that kind of talent. I mean, Amari Cooper, I don't think really ever like broke out for them. That was supposed to be a big piece, but this is a good piece for them. I just think that Cleveland's in a weird spot where you're still waiting. Like, you waited all year for Deshaun Watson to make his debut. You're still waiting to see how it's all going to work with these really talented players. But at what point do you get tired of waiting and you start blowing? I don't want to say blowing it up because it's not like it's been there a whole long time. But at what point do you get tired of waiting for these guys to develop into what they're supposed to be or the chemistry to come along? And a lot of that, there was a wrench thrown into a lot of it because Deshaun Watson was only available for what, 4 games, 5 games last year. Um, so, if you get into like week 8 this year and it's still not gelling, at what point are you sitting there and you're like, oh my God, we just spent 5 first-round picks and $200 million. You know what I'm saying?
Then, yeah, I do. Cleveland's had to hit since they came back into the league in 1999, which was we're going on 24 years ago. They've had to hit the reset button and blow things up 20 times out of those 24 years. So if things don't pan out for them by mid-season or the late portions of this season, then you're looking at a complete reset again in Cleveland, next offseason. But it's a reset. It'll be a reset around the quarterback position because it's not like it's not like you're going to be able to move on from Deshaun Watson financially.
Exactly. Well, you want to play a game, Bob? I mean, I don't know if it's really a fun game by any means, but the famous jersey for the Cleveland Browns of starting quarterbacks that got retired after, I believe it was the Baker Mayfield draft, where you have that the Tim Couch jersey that has all the tape and names and everything on there. Might not be the most appropriate time to play this game since we're in the middle of the draft, but how many of these quarterbacks do you think you can actually name?
Probably, and I consider myself a football historian. Ooh, I don't know, man.
I had to look it up. Some of these names I don't even know.
I'm going to say I can name 8 of them.
Give me 8, and then we'll call it. I'll give you the whole list, but give me 8 from 1999 on.
I'll start with the easy ones: Tim Couch, Jacoby Brissett, Baker Mayfield, Deshaun Watson, Johnny Manziel. Shoot. I can see his number. His number is 10. Brandon Wheaton. I can see his number. His number's 10. Number 10. He played the playoff game against the Pittsburgh Steelers back in 2003 or something. But I can't remember his name.
Oh, there's a lot of guys on this list.
I know. Shoot, I'm only at 6, huh?
You're at 6.
Eric Zier?
I gotta look through the list. Hold on. I'm not seeing it. No.
Okay. I feel you. I feel like a failure. Brock Osweiler.
Did he start a game? He was on the roster, but did he start a game? No, did not start a game. 6.
I believe I said Brandon Wheaton.
You did.
That really bothers me, that number 10.
He honestly, I wouldn't get him. I would not get him in any situation.
Jeff Garcia.
Yes, 10 games, 2004. You're at 7. Come on, give me one more. Give me one more. There's random guys in here, but give me one more. I can give hints, like very subtle hints, but
I don't want to wave the white flag yet
I
because
understand.
that damn number 10.
Did he wear number 10? Can we confirm that he actually wore number 10 while he was there?
Yeah. Do you know what year I'm talking about though? At least
03, 04, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he split time with Couch because Couch got hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, Browns went
2003.
Browns went to the playoffs, lost to the Steelers. Great playoff game, one
Was
of
that
the
a
best I've
Tommy
seen.
Maddox Steelers team?
Yeah, that Tommy Maddox Steelers
Yeah.
team. Why can't I remember his damn name?
That's half this list. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
That's bad.
Half this list is like, why can't I remember that name? It's bad. I didn't realize the list was this bad. I'm not even gonna lie.
I know there's names I'm missing, but I'm stuck on 10, and I'm not going to be able to get off of it. So I'll wave the white flag.
All right, I'll give you a hint for guys that are not. You have multiple Notre Dame quarterbacks on this list.
Oh, duh, Brady Quinn.
There you go. Deshaun Kaiser was the other one. But yeah, so this is how the list goes. Tim Couch, Ty Detmer, Doug Peterson, Spurgeon Wynn, Kelly Holcomb was the quarterback you were thinking.
Yes. Damn it.
Jeff Garcia, Luke McCown, Trent Dilfer, Charlie Fry. A couple years there of Derek Anderson, who I believe went to the Pro Bowl those years.
I believe you're right.
And you have Brady Quinn, Ken Dorsey, Bruce Gradkowski.
Oh, yeah. He's a Pittsburgh kid, too.
Colt McCoy,
Mm-hmm.
Jake Delhomme, Seneca Wallace, Brandon Whedon, Thad Lewis started a game for them in 2012.
I'd have never gotten Thad Lewis.
Jason Campbell.
That's right.
Brian Hoyer, Johnny Manziel, the pride of Flowery Branch High School, Connor Shaw, started a Week 16 game for them. Let's see, Josh McCown, Austin Davis started 2 games.
Never gotten that one.
Cody Kessler. I forgot this happened. RG3.
Oh, right.
Deshaun Kaiser. Kevin Hogan started 1 game in 2017. Baker Mayfield. Tyrod Taylor. And then Case Keenum. Nick Mullins. Jacoby Brissett. Deshaun Watson. So anytime you guys feel bad about quarterbacks, you just open up quarterbacks started for the Cleveland Browns from 1999 on.
The Green Bay Packers just made a puzzling decision.
All right, let's hear it.
They drafted, as you know, Oregon State tight end Luke Musgrave early in the second. They just drafted Green Bay did South Dakota State tight end Tucker Kraft with with what are we mid-third round now with the mid-third round pick. So I mean,
Robert Tunyon's still there, right?
No, I don't think he is.
Did he leave? Okay, well that makes sense.
I mean to go 2 tight ends. I mean, we talked about giving Jordan Love pass catchers, and they're doing that. They went tight end, receiver, tight end. So I mean, they're doing that. It's just back-to-back tight ends.
It's weird.
It is.
It's weird. Hold on. Gotta think football memory here. Was Gronk Hernandez the same draft?
Yes, they were. Gronk was 2nd round. Hernandez was 4th round.
Okay. That was the only other time I could think where 2 tight ends were drafted close together and it worked.
Yeah, it did until one was a serial killer.
Yeah, I guess that's the only appropriate way to say it.
He went to prison.
Yeah, that's a good way to go all the way back to the conversation we're having. But I did say at the end there, I said, unless they murder someone,
you did
not going to prison.
You did. So I mean, that excludes Aaron Hernandez and Ray Caruth from the list, I guess, but not Ray Lewis.
No, not Ray Lewis. He was found not guilty. I was gonna say
Fair.
OJ was after he was playing, but we don't want to get into that rabbit hole tonight.
No, we don't. That's a show by itself.
Let's hear what DJ has to say. He says, "I'm running late. What do you guys think about the new running back for the New Orleans Saints?" Talking about Miller at a TCU. I'll go back to what I said. I think that in terms of just size, stature, a little bit of the running style, reminds me a little bit of Mark Ingram with the upside of, Mark later in his career proved he could be a decent pass catcher out of the backfield. And I think you have the same thing here with Miller. I think a lot of people, myself included, thought if the Saints were taking a running back, it was going to be a Kamara type of back. So this one, a little bit more surprising, but with the potential Alvin Kamara suspension, having Williams and Miller to split carries together, and then Bob, you can mark this as mentioned 5 or 6 or whatever we're at, and then having a guy like Eno Benjamin, who's only like 5'8", 5'9", has proven to be a good pass catcher to maybe play a little bit more of the Kamara role. I think it makes a lot of sense. It takes some pressure off Williams to have to very literally carry the load by himself while Kamara's out. I like the pick. And like I said, too, is whatever you feel about Jamal Williams, which I was really happy with the signing personally, him and Kamara are both getting closer and closer to that magic age of 30, where running backs seem to have a very quick downhill dive. So you get a guy like Miller, who's 20 years old, coming off of a really good year at TCU, didn't play the national championship game, but played a pivotal role in getting that team to the national championship. And you're able to pair him with some other youth, whether you're talking about Kirk Merritt, who could be like a wide receiver running back hybrid, and Eno Benjamin as well. I think it's a good pick. I think the New Orleans Saints are known for going ahead and stacking up the running back room. Bob, did you catch that little bit that I said? Where I said you could go ahead and mark it as number 5 or 6th mention of Eno Benjamin?
It's the 6th mention, and yeah, I did catch it. Sorry, I apologize. That was
I'm doing the same thing.
Break.
Oh, I was thinking coffee. I'm on coffee.
Well, that too. I came back with coffee, of course.
But I do think that's a situation where, again, Williams doesn't have to carry the load by himself. Not if Kamara suspended, but when Kamara suspended. Yeah. So Miller's able to provide some relief, but Eno Benjamin being a 5'8", 5'9" running back that has returned kicks and has been a good pass catcher, at least in his short stints in Arizona in his NFL career, could take more of the scat back role as well. So I think it makes sense. I think bringing in young legs is very good. Mm-hmm. And New Orleans is known to do it. I mean, look at the good New Orleans teams over the years, right? Everybody talks about 2009. Reggie Bush, Pierre Thomas, Mike Bell. Right? So then you look at 11 and you go, okay, well, they had Mark Ingram. They had Pierre Thomas was still there. Who am I missing out of that?
Ivory and Sproles.
Ivory and Darren Sproles, right? They had 4 that year. And you can keep going. I mean, the Saints have always done a pretty good job of having you're like a full stable of running backs, essentially, that they could choose from, whether it's 3 or 4. So it makes a lot of sense to me. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and as I stepped away, you had started to say that it was your expectation that if the Saints drafted a running back, it would be a Kamara type of pass catcher. I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum. I did think that they were going to draft a running back. I believe that it was going to be somewhere between rounds 3 and 5. I thought early day 3, but I thought that it would be a guy that could catch the ball out of the backfield, but more so a runner, a guy that can pick up consistent yards between the tackles. So that way they could use more snaps with Kamara on the perimeter. Now with Kendre Miller, and I did feel that it wasn't going to be just a big bruiser kind of guy either, but a guy that would be at least productive between the tackles, but could catch the pass on the ball on the outside. And Kendre Miller does give you that kind of versatility. We both pointed out that it was he wasn't a productive pass catcher at TCU because he just simply wasn't used in that role. But he did show the speed to get outside the numbers. He showed good, soft, natural hands when he was asked to be a receiver. And most importantly, he's a tough runner. He's an angry runner. He's a physical runner. I think that's what this offense needs.
Yeah. And like I said, I think the biggest part of it too is, and I'll just be a broken record, Williams and Kamara are closer to 30 than they are 20.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of if you play, both those guys were in split backfields, right? Both those guys should have some reserve in the tank, if you will, once they hit 30. But it's still nice to have fresh legs at 20 years old in Miller. Kirk Merritt, who's playing a little hybrid role, he's in his young 20s. Benjamin's in his young 20s. I mean, you have a room there of guys of a good, solid mix of veteran, youth, and guys that do similar things. And this goes back to the receiver conversation we were having yesterday, Bob. When Seattle took the kid out of Ohio State, that was a perfect situation for him because not quite DK Metcalf, not quite Tyler Lockett. You can kind of find your own path and you're not clashing with each other. I think that's a perfect comparison here with Miller. Not quite what Jamal Williams brings to the table. Certainly not what Kamara brings to the table, but a good middle piece and a good complement. And that way, you have three different backs that can provide similar things, but not so similar to where you're just cloning each other. And I think that's really productive for any offense to be able to have versatility and be able to kind of, pick out the Swiss Army knife and pick what you want to do. And that also, we haven't talked about the fact that Taysom Hill's in that equation too, as a running back, if you will. So you're going to have plenty of options running the football. And I think that's what's going to make New Orleans not just a potential playoff team, but I think it's what's going to make Derek Carr's life a lot easier in transitioning to being the face of a new franchise, is looking and going, look at all the weapons I have in the backfield right behind me. Well, there's a lot of uncertainty at receiver right now, but look at all those dudes I have behind me. And it's going to make everybody's life easier as the transition. And this is really the first year of like full-blown Dennis Allen. Coaching staff's Dennis's. Players are all Dennis Allen guys. Let's make the transition easy and make sure that you can just hand the ball off and get some easy yards. So all in all, makes a lot of sense.
Tajay Spears just came off the board, 81st overall to Tennessee. You want to talk about a thunder and lightning combination?
I was going to compliment one of the best between the tackle, if not the best between the tackle running back in the game. Good stuff.
No doubt.
Good stuff.
Now, if you're the Saints and you get into day 3, specifically 5th round or later,
okay.
If a guy like Israel Abanikanda, Chase Brown, Tank Bisbee, Zach Evans, Kenny McIntosh, if any of those guys are still on the board, do you double up and grab another running back?
I don't. I think you're pretty set where you are. I think at this point, I mean, do I have to make it 7 or 8 times that I bring up the name? I just think that you have enough guys with NFL experience there. And you have an interesting project in Kirk Merritt where you could really use him wherever you want. You could use him in that DJ Moore, Deebo Samuel type role where he's a receiver and a running back. You just drafted a really interesting prospect that isn't quite a ground and pound type of guy, has some soft hands. Jamal Williams was a guy that none of us thought the Saints were going to go after and grab, and I think that's a perfect guy to have in the locker room in terms of personality, but also what he brings on the football field. Alvin Kamara, when healthy, is a Pro Bowler every year. And then, like I said, I mean, I'll make it 8 times. I don't care. Benjamin's a guy that you don't really know what you have because there's such a small sample size on what he did in the NFL. But another intriguing prospect. So I think you're good at running back. I'm going to start getting concerned when I start seeing these receivers fly off the board, though, because I don't think there's any receivers left in free agency to really bolster this either.
No.
So I think if you're going to go grab a receiver, you got to do it here. Are they going to make an immediate impact if you draft them late third round, early fourth? Probably not.
I mean, you never know, though.
You never know. I mean, we've said it already on this show and probably last night too. Marcus Colston was a 7th round pick that nobody expected to be the number 1 receiver. So you never know. But I think at this point, that's a position of need, and so is inside linebacker.
Both these spots need addressed. I agree with you. As far as receivers still available, A.T. Perry, Wake Forest, top of my list. Bryce Ford Wheaton from West Virginia, Xavier Hutchinson from Iowa State, Parker Washington from Penn State, smaller guy but good possession receiver. Rakeem Jarrett and Dante Demas, both from the University of Maryland. Tyler Scott from Cincinnati. Kind of a running back receiver hybrid. Blazing speed, terrific in the open field. A lot of those guys that I just mentioned, I felt were going to be day 3 picks from the start. I felt like A.T. Perry would go in the second or third round. Would be the only exception to that. Those are the receivers that I have graded or looked at. That are still on the board. Linebackers, much bigger selection. Dorian Williams from Tulane is still there. Trenton Simpson from Clemson. Dayon Henley from Washington State. DeMarvin Overshone from Texas. Real good range and open field speed. You mentioned Henry Tutu from Alabama. If you're looking for a run stopper, a guy in the Caden Ellis mode, a straight downhill guy, Ventrell Miller from Florida, Jeremy Banks from Tennessee, Noah Sewell from Oregon, Shaka Hayward from Duke. Those are some of the off-ball linebackers still available.
I want to ask you this. We haven't, as the Denver Broncos have traded up and their pick is in, so we'll wait that. As we continue to slide through here in the 3rd round, is there any names that are still available that are a little shocking to you at this point?
A couple. Darnell Washington, for sure. Although I didn't feel he would be a 2nd round pick anyway. I felt like he'd probably go in the 3rd round. So, we're still technically there. Ada Mawari, the defensive end from Northwestern, I thought might even go late in the 1st. I felt sure he'd go in the 2nd or early 3rd. He's still there. Isaiah McGuire, defensive end from Missouri, still on the board. Siake Ika, I thought might be an early 3rd round pick, late 2nd round. He is still on the board. A lot of us felt Trenton Simpson would be gone. Kaylee Ringo, the cornerback from Georgia, also still on the board. That one surprises me a little bit too. Offensively, Israel Abanikanda. I thought he might be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. DeJuan Jones, the tackle from Ohio State. If I'm not mistaken, he's still on the board. Some people actually had him mid-1st round, way too high for my projection, but I thought he'd be an early day 2 pick.
Riley Moss, defensive back out of Iowa, going to the Denver Broncos.
Real heady kind of guy. All Iowa players are smart, physical players. Doesn't have a lot of range. But like I said, real good football IQ. Sean Payton likes his smart players. He's swung and missed a couple times on instinctive players. But Riley Moss, again, if you get a player from Iowa, you're getting a player with good instincts that knows the game of football and is very fundamental. So that's what you're going to get out of Riley Moss. He's not going to be a man-to-man corner, off ball. PJ Williams kind of guy. where he could step in at corner or safety, kind of a guy you could use all over the secondary.
Sounds like a Sean Payton pick.
Mhm.
The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. We're at 84 overall, pick 21 of the third round. We are going all the way to pick 102 tonight. So we are at what? Quick math. Are we at 18 picks left? 18? Yeah. Somebody check my math, but I think it's 18 picks left. Do you see a situation where New Orleans could still find themselves trading back up for any particular player? You mentioned a few you were shocked to see were still available. Do any of these guys stand out as New Orleans Saints players or guys that you could see fit the Dennis Allen mold?
Yeah, we've seen Dennis Allen in the last two drafts go very physical players. Even with Chris Olave, Olave's a bit smaller. He's not a prototypical big receiver, but he's still a physical route runner. So even that pick, we've seen Dennis Allen go very physical, with a lot of his selections, both in free agency and the draft. So a guy like McClendon Curtis, the guard tackle, from Tennessee Chattanooga, Saidi Sal, the guard from Eastern Michigan, Chandler Zavala, the guard from NC State. If you believe that the Saints are going to address the offensive line somewhere in this draft, those are guys to keep an eye on, and maybe prospects, to package a couple of those day 3 picks to move in to the latter half of the last part of this this round 3. We keep saying we both now are at the point where we keep asking for a wide receiver. To get an A.T. Perry or one of those other guys, you might have to trade back, to get him tonight. But I don't know if that fits the Saints prototype, the Dennis Allen prototype, of what we've seen in the last 2 drafts now.
I think the Saints are going to stay put. I don't think they're going to trade up to get back in round 3. I think the board, ironically, and we mentioned this a couple times, actually fell their way for a lot of these picks. I think the only way they trade back up, as we see Henley, the inside linebacker out of Washington State, go to the Chargers. I think if there's an inside linebacker that they really like, that is graded much higher than the other ones on the board, I could potentially see them do something like that, because I still feel like that's a major need. But I don't see another way that they would move back in. I think that in terms of value for some positions of need, you can get some decent value at receiver and maybe even interior offensive line in round 4. And if you need to package, a 5th round pick with your 4th, or however you want to do it, I mean, you have some ammunition in day 3 to trade into round 4 if there's a guy you really like. You have 2 5th round pick, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot there the Saints could do. The only way I see them trade back into the 3rd round, again, is if there's someone that they like that is graded much higher than everybody else that continues to slip. And right now, I don't see a guy that would kind of fit that mold for New Orleans.
No, there's guys I'd make the move for, but again, based off of the types of moves that we've seen from the Dennis Allen Mickey Loomis combination in now 2 drafts, I do agree with you. I would be a little bit surprised if the Saints move back into the 3rd round tonight. I still, even if they don't, I still expect to see a little bit of shuffling tomorrow. Maybe for example, package, one of the 5ths and a 7th, one of their 7s to move late into the 4th kind of deal. But I can't necessarily see that move being made tonight.
Yeah, I think personally, I think we've seen what we're going to see out of New Orleans tonight. I think we've seen all of it. So
Are you disappointed they went running back as early as they did?
no, because I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't think that I would have been overly ecstatic if they went somewhere else, if that makes sense. At the end of the day, the way I look at things like that, especially the running back position, because right after that pick, we saw a run of running backs,
Mm-hmm.
right? If that was your guy and that's the guy that you wanted, I'm not mad that you took him where you did.
Not at all.
Because like I just explained a couple times, I don't see that pick being an issue where you have guys that are doing the same thing. I don't see he's not a clone of Jamal Williams. He's certainly not a clone of Alvin Kamara. If anything, he's going to complement the other two guys. And in return, when you have a guy that complements them, naturally they're going to complement him, and it's going to make your offense more dynamic. So no, I mean, I'm not mad about it. Would I have liked to see a receiver there potentially? Yeah. But if they drafted a receiver, would I have been doing cartwheels around the office? No. I mean, there's nothing there that would have made me go, I'm not sitting after that pick and going, oh my God, they really should have went here.
Right.
So it's all good. The Saints have had a good draft. Like a really good draft. I don't know. We haven't graded the Miller pick yet. I don't know what kind of grade I'd give it. I think there was other bigger needs personally. So that might be like a B plus, probably just a B pick for me, opposed to the A's that we were giving out at the first two picks. But shoot, a B's better than, I mean, there's been drafts that I've been like, I don't know, man. I'm really trying not to give this one an F. I guess I'll give it a D. I guess I'll give it a C minus. So the fact the Saints are grading out pretty well, at least in my book, I can't be upset, because there have been drafts, like I said, that you and I have sat here and just been like, yeah.
Trenton Simpson just came off the board to the Ravens at pick 86 overall.
That's ironic, because I think he plays a lot like Patrick Queen, who's there right now. Little ironic, but going back to like the Cesar Ruiz draft, I think if you took a screenshot of us on that, our mouths were probably just like cartoon characters, like ugh. So
the Peyton Turner pick, same thing,
right? So I can't be upset, because they've actually, in my brain, again, that's why we're here and we're not there making the picks. In my brain, everything they've done tonight has made sense.
Mm-hmm.
They're addressing needs, and they're not reaching to address said needs. So, again, that's the beauty of the draft, because on draft night, we go, that was great. That was great. And then we get on the field and it's like, oh my God, that was bad. So that's the beauty of it. Right now, it makes sense. It might not make sense 6 months from now. It might not make sense 4 years from now.
Well, and like you said about running back, your exact verbiage, was that you felt that there were bigger needs at the time.
Yeah.
But we don't know what the Saints draft board is. I mean, they know their needs more than anybody. But maybe if they had their list of needs, and I'm just projecting here, maybe they had their list of remaining needs, running back, wide receiver, tight end, offensive line, linebacker, however you want to. Yeah. Sure. But the players that they had at the top of each of those boards, maybe Kendre Miller was the best player overall that they had left. And if that's the case, and you would certainly, since they made that pick, the only thing, the best draft that you can have is the draft that you come out with all the players that you would want in a perfect scenario. So, again, given what we knew and what we felt like the Saints needed to address, not only coming into this draft, but this offseason in general, they've done a great job at checking off those boxes, with the highest graded players that were available at the time they picked.
Exactly. And I think one thing people forget, fans watching at home, is that exactly as you put it. There might be bigger needs, but it's like, well, who's the highest on your board? Okay. In this case, Miller was the highest on the board. Okay. Well, if he's the highest on your board and it still fills a need, maybe not the biggest need, but it fills a gap, it fills a hole, then that's where you go. It'd be different if it was like, okay, the highest rated player, like what's a position they have really shirt up? Like center. If they had a center and that was the highest rated, of course you're not doing that. Eric McCoy is one of the best young centers in football. That doesn't make any sense. But in this case, it's like, okay, running back might be third or fourth biggest priority, right? Whatever situation, okay, it's not the biggest priority, but we could fill a hole with a guy that we have graded that like shouldn't be here right now, or a guy that is going to get selected the next couple picks, but we really like him. I've always been about the philosophy, and one thing I've always liked about Mickey Loomis is like, go get your guy.
Absolutely.
Don't just sit and wait for it to come to you. If you have a guy, whether you're trading up or whether you're sitting there, I mean, there's no such thing as a reach if you fall in love with the guy, right? And it only takes one team to fall in love with you. We've said that a gazillion times over the years when it comes to prospect. It takes one team to fall in love with you. If the team fell in love with you, they're going to go get you, whether they feel like they have to trade up or not. But the worst thing you can do is just be passive and go, running backs in need. I really like Miller. I really like this guy and this prospect. And then by the time the 4th round pick comes around, all those running backs you really liked are gone. And that's what it boils down to. And I think people forget that and they get mad. Oh, why did that happen? And I'm not seeing a whole lot of people mad on Twitter or anything from this draft so far. So I'm not accusing anybody of being mad. But you see people in, whether it's this fan base or other fan bases, get super pissed off because, they didn't draft who I wanted them to, or why would they draft that position or this or that? Their boards, it's not like they just walked up in the war room. They're like, let's just throw some darts at some names and see what sticks, Like they have scouts that have been doing this for not just months. Like people think, this is like a couple month process. Like these guys start getting scouted nowadays in high school. Like I'm not even exaggerating. These guys start getting scouted. They're like senior year of high school. And that continues on to college and whatnot. Different sport, but bear with me. We had an intern with Saints News a couple years ago, Joe McGuan, who's now scouting for the Houston Astros on the West Coast. And I talked to him a couple months ago, and when college baseball started. I mean, this dude's going and scouting fresh, like guys who have been on campus for not even 6 months. You think that the Saints just started scouting whoever or whatever team just started scouting them this year, their senior year of high? No, or their senior year of college? No, these guys have been scouted forever. This isn't a situation where they don't know what they're doing, right? So that's the end of my rant of don't sit here and act like, myself included. I mean, I'm the first to tell you, like, yeah, I've been privileged to have worked with guys like Bob and John and Kyle and, Ross and this and that. I don't know everything. I don't know what the Saints are doing. I don't know what their boards are like. I mean, I've missed on prospects before. Everybody has. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know exactly how this is all going to play. They should have picked this guy and they should have picked. And that's another, last part of this. You can sit there, Bob, and really want a prospect. Let's just call him Prospect A. And Prospect A, instead of going to New Orleans, gets drafted by the Dallas Cowboys and has a super successful career in Dallas. I think people also forget that there are certain things that come into play in people's careers. Like, just because they go and have a great career in Dallas doesn't mean if they would have been drafted by New Orleans, the career path would have been the same exact thing. There's things that come into play: coaches, development, injury. There's so many random things. I try to explain that to people all the time. Is one guy can have a rookie of the year season. It's like, why didn't we draft that guy? We passed on him. And it's like, well, you realize if he came here, he would have been sitting behind this guy, this guy, and this guy, and he wouldn't even seen the field. So he wouldn't have been the rookie of the year because his butt would have been on the bench, or vice versa, or whatever the case may be. There's a lot of factors that go into all these things, and at the end of the day, these guys that are drafting know a lot more than any of us do.
Yeah, they do. Especially if you talk about the New Orleans Saints, Mickey Loomis has been the general manager since 2002. Jeff Ireland has been the director of scouting since mid or late 2016, maybe even before.
Wow, it's been that long, huh?
And he's one of the most respected football minds, front office minds in the NFL. So this is a regime that's been in place a long time. And that kind of longevity for the NFL, who is notoriously impatient throughout the league, not just in individual organizations. That says a lot for how this franchise believes in the system, their drafting system, their free agency system, their player personnel scouting and development system. That says a ton for the confidence that the ownership has in those gentlemen and their staffs. It's not just them individually either.
Well, latest in the NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. See, haven't really seen a run of a particular position. Bigsby out of Auburn, the running back. Turner, defensive tackle, out of Wake Forest. Wake Forest had a very underrated year.
They did last 2 years, really.
And for a team that is a basketball school, right? Safe to say, no disrespect, it's a basketball school. Kentucky's the same way. No disrespect to Will Levis. Congratulations on being picked in the second round. Should have been a first-round pick. Stand by it. Basketball school. It's nice to see Duke. Duke has been really good over the last couple years, like surprisingly good in the ACC. Same with North Carolina. All of a sudden, basketball schools are now good at football. That's great. I love to see it. But yeah, Wake had a really underrated year. I think there's going to be a lot of guys here on day 3 that we see out of Wake Forest. You've mentioned a few already, but there's going to be some that sneak through. Absolutely. I want to throw one name out, and I'll throw it again tomorrow. And so this is going to be your homework, Bob Rose. I know you don't like homework. I hate homework. That's why I didn't do good in school. TJ Luther, a wide receiver, FCS wide receiver, met with the Patriots, the Colts, the Chargers, the Ravens, and the Jets showed interest, but I do not believe they ever officially met. He's a 5'11", 189-pound wideout that had 63 catches for just over 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns in his senior year. He's a projected 7th round undrafted free agent. I want you to do your homework because should he be drafted, he will be the first Gardner-Webb running Bulldog drafted since 2007.
What's his name?
His name is TJ Luther. I think he'll go undrafted free agent, but there's hope that, since teams met with him, maybe he squeezes in.
I will see what I can do.
I'm sure there's not a lot of great tape there. He's actually listed as the 32nd best remaining receiver according to ESPN.
Okay.
Which is late, but you never know. It takes one team. It takes one team to
Yeah.
be like, you know what, we had a really good meeting with that guy. We're going to take him around 7. That's all it takes. Let's get you guys caught up on what the Dallas Cowboys did. They drafted within the state of Texas. They took inside linebacker Overshone out of Texas.
Real athletic guy. Yeah, real athletic guy. Great coverage range. Yeah, he's gonna be weak side. Yeah, you don't want him. You don't want him in traffic. He gets a little bit overwhelmed. Physically. But as far as coverage, open field, and pursuit, he's right up there with the better. Speaking of linebackers that we like, fast, smaller guys, Dorian Williams just went to the Buffalo Bills.
That kid out of Oregon, his brother was the tackle that went real high a couple of years ago, right?
Yes, that is correct.
What do we think?
Penei Sewell.
Yeah, what do we think of Noah Sewell?
Noah's a run stuffer, downhill guy. Watching his film, he's frighteningly bad in traffic or in space. Excuse me. It's not that the effort is there. It's just the raw athleticism to stay with athletic tight ends, running backs out of the backfield. He got beat to the edge constantly. He's a guy. If he's on my roster, I'm just telling him. You see the guy taking the snap, and you see the guys lined up behind him that are going to get the handoff. You go get them. If you see that quarterback drop back to pass, I still want you to come straight at him. I do not want you to drop back. We got other guys for that. Noah Sewell. And again, this was my analysis on Caden Ellis. And Caden pleasantly surprised me, in coverage last year, during that breakout year of his. But since they got him, from Idaho in the 7th round, and what was that, 2019, I believe it was. I've said from the start, Caden Ellis is a guy, he's always around the football. You want him coming downhill. You want him rushing the passer. You want him on delayed blitzes. You want him in the box against the run. You do not want him in coverage. You do not want him down the field against anybody. It's not that he lacks awareness. It's just that he lacks a real agile change of direction, and he lacks the foot speed. That's kind of if you're looking to replace what Caden Ellis did on your defense, then Noah Sewell, Ventrell Miller from Florida. Those are guys to watch. Maybe Shaka Hayward from Duke. He's not as big, but that same kind of mentality. Those are the type of guys to watch.
There you have it. We're about 10 picks away from being done with day 2. Again, don't see the Saints trading back up. Let's see. Are there no NFC South teams hold a pick, at least for now. But as you start getting to these comp picks, you're going to start seeing some movement, right, Bob? That happens every year. As we are pick 29 of round 3, 92nd overall. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock, and the pick is in. And we will await who it is.
As I watch my least favorite person on the face of the earth saunter to the podium.
That could be a lot of people. You have to.
Yeah, it could be. It could be, but it doesn't take much research on Bob Rose to figure it out. Yeah, figure out who.
I'm a little stumped here. Thinking Chiefs.
Oh no, the guy leading the parade of people in Chiefs shirt.
Okay, gotcha.
I thank his family and Taft. The tragedy is
Our Bayou Blitz Mafia has been pretty quiet again for an hour or so.
They have. They have.
Do we still have people out there, or did they give up on us?
Nah, it's kind of surprised the Saints didn't get Spears running back at a Tulane. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that wanted it to happen. But to Bob's point, which I had the point that if I kind of saw that potentially because you're looking for like a Kamara replacement, Bob made the point that it made more sense to not get a player, similar to Alvin Kamara, because it's going to open it up for Kamara more. So, and who knows what their grade was on Spears compared to Miller. Maybe Miller had a much better grade for schemes and fit and all that good stuff.
And I'm like you. I like Spears a lot. It certainly would have been a great story. But in both my mock drafts, I had the Saints picking a running back. Ironically, in the 5th round in each draft. But I did not have them going Spears in either draft. I had Chase Brown in the first one and Kendre Miller in the second one. And it's not, Spears was on the list of backs that I liked a lot. I felt like the team was going to go for a little bit bigger back that provided a little bit more of a consistent threat between the tackles. That was just my feeling coming into the draft.
Well, the Kansas City Chiefs went offensive tackle. Offensive tackle Morse out of Oklahoma, as we are now into the final 10 picks of round 3. Bob, we've been hanging out for over 8 hours together the last 2 days, 2 nights.
Wow. My own family doesn't tolerate me for that long.
Yeah, well, am I honorary family now, or?
Yeah.
How about that? In the great words of a commentator and friend, I guess we'll call him friend Eric Collins here in Charlotte. Hum diddly dee. I've made the Rose family tree. I'll show up to the next family reunion and people will be really confused.
That works. It might just be you and me, but you, me, and the damn dog.
Cool. I'll bring my dog. That doesn't sound like a disaster waiting to happen.
No, not at all.
Never. I'll be in your neck of the woods on Monday. Well, not quite. Other side of the state, but I'll be in your neck of the woods Monday. Flying into Philly. Why? Business.
I would hope. Nobody goes to Philly on pleasure.
Right. Oh, man. Well, the end is, the business itself is going to be in New Jersey, but I guess it's so much on the southern part of the southwestern part of the state. Like Philly makes more sense than flying anywhere else. So, can you guys at least make the weather nice while I'm up there in Pennsylvania?
Man, I'll do my best. Yeah, like I said, Pennsylvania weather will put the cloud into anybody's silver lining.
Oh man! All right, we got another question. What is your thoughts on tomorrow of the draft? What position of need will the Saints target? This is an interesting question because I am a firm believer when you get to day 3, positions of need go out the window.
Yes.
You take your positions of need, you crumble them up, and you punt them out of whatever floor you are in the Saints facility, wherever the war room is. Why? Because you are just going for value. You are hoping that whoever you select day 3 is going to compete hard enough to make the roster. And you're really looking, especially here at the end of the 3rd round, you're looking and going, how's that guy still available? How can we get him? That's what you're looking for in day 3. I still think inside linebacker, but there are some veterans on the market. If the Saints still have cap room, that's something I think has been neglected in terms of like conversation points over the last couple of weeks because we've had so much energy towards the draft. The Saints still have cap room.
Yeah.
Even after they sign their free agent class, they could definitely target a linebacker there. Receiver, they could target in free agency, though there's not really any left. I think at this point you're just going for value, especially day 3. And Bob and I will not be with you guys all of day 3 because that means you guys would see us for like 16 hours in 3 days, and nobody wants that.
Darnell Washington to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Finally comes off the board, huh?
Yes.
That's another Pittsburgh Steelers type of pick.
Oh, he really is. And to team him with Freiermuth, and they just drafted, the Steelers used their first-round pick on the Georgia tackle, Broderick Jones. So Jones and Washington, will team up on the end to create a lot of running room for Najee Harris. This is a great pick for the Steelers.
Oh yeah, I think it fits really well. I think it's a really good pick for them. It's I said it earlier. These are the Steelers. What made them special is the willingness just to kind of punch you in the mouth.
Yeah.
And Darnell Washington is going to help Najee Harris punch people in the mouth. He's essentially going to be another tackle, right? He's going to be a 6th lineman that has the potential in the red zone to leak out and has the athleticism enough to be a target in the red zone. So I don't expect him to ever be a guy that's going to put up a ton of yards, but be a situational target on 3rd and short and in the red zone and be an excellent inline blocker. That's exactly what you're getting. That is really good value in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and again, with Freiermuth already in Pittsburgh, the Steelers don't need Darnell to develop as a receiver right away. He can kind of take his time. And I talked about this a lot in the lead up to the draft and a lot last night during our coverage. Historically, NFL tight ends, I don't care if they're even 1st-round picks. They seem slow to develop as receivers. You talked about David Njoku in Cleveland, and that light has never fully turned on for him. He was a 1st-round pick, and nobody is going to come out and call him a disappointment. But when you use a 1st-round pick on a guy that catches passes, you expect him to put up nice production. And we don't see that we don't see that consistently in year 1 from tight ends, no matter how high they were drafted. But Darnell, that's not going to be the expectation because they already have Freiermuth. Pittsburgh wants to play smash mouth and take shots with Kenny Pickett to the receivers, and dump it down, to guys like Najee out of the backfield. Just imagine Broderick Jones and Darnell Washington, coming out on heavy screens and heavy checkdowns to Najee Harris. That's not a formation I want to defend if I'm a defensive back.
No, absolutely. Let's see. Mark says watching film on Miller. You really love the pick.
Mark, jump over on the Saints News Network on our site when you get a chance, because I wrote a featured piece on Kendre Miller. Also, kid I really liked, and like I said last night, there were 5 backs, not counting Bijan Robinson, 5 backs that I really liked, and Kendre Miller was one of them. I think Saints fans are going to really like the way Kendre Miller runs the football. His style. Mark Ingram earned a lot of fans because of the angry running style that he had. Kendre Miller has that type. He'll keep his legs moving after first contact. I rarely saw him stop dead in his tracks by one single tackler. So he has that angry running style that's going to pick up extra yards, always going to fall forward, has great awareness for the first down sticks and the end zone. I think he had 17 rushing touchdowns last year. So he's going to get his touches and make the most of them in this New Orleans offense.
I am
actually going
to
to
tweet
tweet
out
out
the
the link
to your
to your article on the Bayou Blitz.
It's about
It's about finding it though.
Gotta scroll
Gotta a little bit here.
Yeah, because I wrote a few profiles this off season.
Just a few.
Just a few.
Just a few.
Man, you have
written a lot this
past few months.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm beyond exhausted, I won't lie.
Where is this?
I'm looking here. You may just have to pull up the link for my second mock draft done. I think I released it on Tuesday. Saints mock draft 2.0, where I had like a 4 or 5 paragraph write up on Kendre in the article at pick number 5.
Gotcha.
Getting a lot of feedback
from you.
Like an echo.
Okay. How about now?
Let's see.
Oh, it's from mine.
Oh, okay. I'm glad
I
just hear myself.
I'll go back to what I'll kind of expand on what you were talking about at our question of day 3 needs. And I've said it too several times this off season. Once you get to day 3, especially once you get into the 5th round, teams don't worry about needs anymore. They're going for value. They're at that point. They're talking. They're deep into their scouting department. They're talking to their position coaches. Who have made these extra trips to pro days and things like that. Hey, our board. Who's left that you want? You want in your position room. In your defensive back room and your wide receiver room. Whatever the case may be. Hell, I mean, if I was the coach, if I was Dennis Allen, I'd even be talking to my young players, the guys I just drafted or the guys that I drafted last year that might have played with these guys that are going to be available on day 3. Hey, we see the film, but you guys were you were in practice with this guy. You were in team meetings with this guy. What's he going to bring to our to our team? Again, that's we see stories throughout the league, and we know plenty of them with the New Orleans Saints themselves about how day 3 picks have go on to have very productive careers. Some of them, but I'm not going to say it's by accident, but it's not by design either. No team, and I mean nobody, goes into a draft, into the late rounds of a draft thinking, oh, my God, this 6th round pick is going to be a Hall of Famer, or going to go to 6 Pro Bowls. No, you're looking for guys that can contribute on special teams, for guys that fit the system that you're running, and for guys that you can, that have certain developmental traits that you believe that your coaches can coax the best out of.
Yeah. I think
that's exactly where you're at.
So Bob,
as we see the last few people in,
where
where
do
do
you
you
see
some of these
running
running backs
and
and quarterbacks falling on day 3?
We both said it, yesterday, that I wouldn't be surprised, if New Orleans with one of their day 3 picks, probably not in the 4th round, but one of the day 3 picks, if they bring in a quarterback for developmental purposes, and I mean, who do we got left? We got Clayton Tune from Houston, Stetson Bennett, Georgia, Max Dugan, TCU, Aiden O'Connell, Purdue, Tanner McKee from Stanford, Dorian Thompson Robinson, from UCLA. All of them didn't bring different skill sets. O'Connell and McKee are big, tall pocket passers. Robinson and Malik Cunningham from Louisville. They're small, really fast guys. Since it's a copycat league, teams have seen what the Saints do with Taysom Hill. Teams have seen what the Ravens like to do, running wise, with Lamar Jackson. If a team believes that they could take a DTR or a Malik, design a couple packages for them during the course of a season, running packages, trick play packages, that's where you'll see them go. O'Connell, McKee, terrific arm strength. Bennett and Dugan have awesome game management skills and just are playmakers with the game on the line. If I have a more complex offensive system, a lot of short, quick passes that like to spread a defense from sideline to sideline, that's when I'm going to look at a Stetson Bennett or Max Dugan. I have a big, powerful offensive line, and I like to go downfield. With a lot of throws. Then I'm going to bring in an O'Connell, a McKee, maybe a Clayton Tune. So again, it depends what kind of system you want. Because these quarterbacks aren't just going to be pulled off the board at random. They're going to go to teams where you sit back and say, you know what, I could see this guy's fit in this particular system.
Mark wants to know,
do you like the Stanford quarterback?
Do I like what?
The Stanford quarterback.
Me personally, not particularly, because I don't like his lack of mobility. Again, he stands tall in the pocket. I think that kid goes, almost 6'7". And he has an absolute gun for an arm. And I don't necessarily need a quarterback like a Lamar Jackson that's going to run a 4.3 or a Taysom Hill, where if you run the old option scheme, he could run for 1,000 yards in a season. But I do need a guy that's going to be able to at least have some escapability in the pocket. And Tanner McKee, he's a statue. And no offensive line in the NFL is going to be able to protect a quarterback that good. So I don't like Tanner McKee's fit in the NFL. Because just his lack of mobility. But again, you're talking about a guy who's statistically best chance is going to make the roster as a backup quarterback. What I do see out of him, not only is a gun for an arm, you can't be dumb if you attend the Stanford University, and he does have the ability to make all the necessary NFL throws. So it's not that I don't like him. It's just he wouldn't fit my personal mold. For an offense. If it's me and all these quarterbacks are still on the board and I had to pick one of them, I'm going to go with a guy who has good athletic ability, above average athletic ability, like a Stetson Bennett or a Max Dugan.
I would like to see the Saints do something a little different because over the years they've went and grabbed guys that
fit that pocket passer mold. Getting a guy like DTR out of UCLA, I think would be fun. I don't know if that's the best fit for what the Saints want to do, but I think it would be fun. That's my analysis there. I think it would be fun.
Well, I mean, and we've already seen, first Sean Payton, but Pete Carmichael obviously had a hand in that and expounded on that a little bit last year. We've already seen that those guys have the ability to put in running packages for quarterbacks, such as for Taysom Hill. Maybe DTR or Malik Cunningham. We have our first kicker off the board. Jake Moody from Michigan goes to the San Francisco 49ers at pick number 99.
In the
third round?
What our friends from Vegas say, kicking is for losers?
Kicking is for losers.
Still need those shirts.
Yeah, we do. Back to the running quarterbacks. Yeah, DTR had one heck of an athlete. DTR, Malik Cunningham. If I'm the Saints, or I want to copy what the Saints are doing with Taysom Hill, then you termed it as a fun pick, but it could have some production value behind it too. Now, Taysom Hill's running style, he's like a bull in a china shop, that has breakaway speed into the open field. Cunningham, DTR, they're more the shifty kind of runners, like a Lamar Jackson. You want to go back a little ways, like a Michael Vick. But still, those are guys that could take direct snaps from center, and really make something happen with some lead blockers in front of them.
Glad you said Michael Vick. Because even though I grew up rooting for the Saints and obviously covering the Saints, Michael Vick was one of the most entertaining players ever.
Mm-hmm.
Take the off the field stuff away. But one of the most entertaining players. And I think really opened the door for a lot of those guys. The Lamar Jacksons of the world. I mean, obviously you can go back to Randall Cunningham as well. But really opened the door. For those guys to be franchise cornerstone.
Yeah, I'd fully agree with that. And Vic, when did Vic retire? Like mid 2000 teens? Earlier.
He had a lot of weird years at the end. He was a Jet, and then he was he started the game for the Steelers. Maybe 15. Let me check.
But a guy like Michael Vick, especially a guy like Randall Cunningham, he could feast on the type of offenses that are run in today's NFL. If you have a coach to put the right kind of system around him.
Vic retired in 2015.
Okay, good memory.
Just random. Just honestly, all it is. Random. I always wanted to make the case for him to be in the Hall of Fame. Stats aren't there.
No.
And there's 2 years that you lost prime isn't fun. I'm still getting echo on my end.
Yeah, I'm hearing it now. I didn't hear it before when you mentioned something about it, but I'm definitely hearing it now.
Let me try some. Is it still there? Yeah.
I don't hear it now. Well, I mean, we have 3 picks to hang in there.
We'll make it work.
We'll make it work. These are the compensatory picks that we're in now, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Raiders, Niners, Vikings via
Niners.
And, folks, if you are looking ahead to tomorrow, the Saints have the 115th pick overall. That's the 4th round. 146 overall, 165 overall. Those are both 5th round picks. 227 and 257 overall, which are 7th round picks. That's where they stand currently as far as what they got left.
And we will be here for most every pick.
Yes. In our pre-show meeting, Brendan and I, we pretty much can, barring trades, immediate trades, Brendan and I will be with you pretty solid through the 4th and 5th round. Then we might have the nerve to take a little bit of a break, and then, again, barring trades, come back to finish things out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've done that in the past too. Where we've kept the stream open and we've jumped in and out. And we both have access to it, so there's times where we've jumped in without the other, just for a couple minutes. This is why I think of this pick. For whoever team, if there's a LSU Tiger or a Tulane guy gets this.
I think it was 3 years ago. I was making lunch for the kids, and I forgot that I had it on the stove, and ended up catching something on fire.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was a household mishap, to be sure.
Yeah, that's okay. Happens to the best of us. We apologize for the echo. We're just going to make it through the rest of the night. No need to try to disconnect or reconnect at this point.
No, at this point, if we disconnect, we're going to bed.
Receiver to the Raiders.
Saw that Trey Tucker, I believe, from Cincinnati.
That's it.
Got our Bama tight end, Latu, joining George Kittle in San Francisco.
And the Vikings to close us out. What do they need? DB?
I'd say so. We've seen very few safeties come off the board. At my count, 4 safeties have been picked through the first 3 rounds. Brian Branch, Jair Brown, Sidney Brown, and Jordan Battle.
Pick is in for Minnesota. Could it be Ringo?
It could be Ringo. They still really don't have much in the way of the cornerback position there. I mean, you got Ringo, you got Eli Ricks, Garrett Williams from Syracuse, recovering from a knee injury, but Garrett Williams is a heck of a player. I mentioned Jacorian Bennett before, the Maryland cornerback.
Mark says good read on Miller block.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for reading.
Definitely.
Don't have enough of that anymore. Headlines only, right? Time we start tomorrow. Noon Eastern.
You want to log in about 10 minutes till?
Works for me.
We'll go ahead and set up the link tonight so you guys have it this evening. You can go ahead and punch it in YouTube. or
however you guys are watching.
And that
That way,
way, ready with your cup of coffee and brunch. And it is a DB to Minnesota. But not Ringo. Why do you think he slipped so much?
He's real handsy in coverage. When a guy, from what I've seen of Ringo, when a guy beats him on a double move, he gets instantly grabby. He panics. He has all the physical tools you want in an NFL cornerback. It hasn't come together for Ringo yet. I'm not going to call him a weak spot of a very, very good Georgia defense over the last 2 or 3 years. But teams did not shy away from going his direction. And like I said, he gets panicky. Real inconsistent change of direction when he's dealing with a shifty wide receiver. If he's going up against a physical guy that isn't going to give him much in the way of double moves, that is just going to try to outmuscle him, he'll win more battles than he loses there. But he's going to draw a lot of flags in the NFL.
There's your analysis from Bob Rose. As we conclude day two of the 2023 NFL Draft Show here with the Bayou Blitz. Bob, where can everybody follow you if they don't already?
Folks, you can follow me on Facebook, BOBROSE. I'm over on Twitter at BobbyR2613. All of my work I not only publish on my personal pages, but I do so on the Saints News Network at Saints News on Twitter. We do all the New Orleans Saints coverage for SI.com too. So the Fan Nation site also oversees SI.com oversees the Fan Nation site. So check out all of our work, all of our draft profiles. Tomorrow morning, before Brandon and I go on the air, I'll release a piece about day 3 prospects that will be available for the New Orleans Saints. So hopefully you check that out. And make sure you join our Bayou Blitz group on Facebook and at Bayou Blitz Pod over on Twitter. Did I hit everything, Brendan?
I think you did good. I think you did it. For myself and Echo, you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at BT Boylan. You can follow my production company, Bottom of the Mug Productions, on Twitter at BOTM PROD. I kind of teased it the other day. Got a guy coming on who is a big film critic. And had an interview with some of the cats at Ted Lasso this week. And we'll be releasing that as the show concludes its third season here in the next couple weeks. So really excited for that. But anyway, until tomorrow, you guys have a good, safe rest of your evening. Find some peace. Spread love. Practice positivity. Bob and I will see you at noon tomorrow.
Have a good night.